Yeah, I'm still in there.
Okay. Oh my god, chat. There's chat. Okay. Oh my god, now Smite. Smite fucking up? Okay, never mind. It responded. That's fucking weird.
This is weird, like you tell me, because you have 17 tab open.
I don't know why it does that, but it does.
So many bad guys
Okay.
to beat up. Let's go, team!
Time to bite someone's head off.
We
Now
got
it's raining
this.
again.
Ah!
What happened?
Oh, I was looking at the time. 23 a.m. I got like 4 hours.
Oh yeah, we got 4 hours left now.
I'll log off around 7 and then I got might put in some different earrings though.
Oh yeah, you got it.
I didn't think my other ear had a hole anymore, but it does.
Is her?
Huh?
Is that her when you have an earring thing?
Oh nah. I don't know. I gauged them a long time ago, so they're still open.
Oh, you have to bite it.
I'm right behind you, Sabers.
Have reached your portal.
After we get you leveled up or whatever, I might just sit and watch videos for a little bit while I decide what to play.
Alright, we can do that.
Yeah. So it doesn't do any of that goofy shit. Well, it's weird because I've been playing like a really high graphic game. Final Fantasy has fantastic graphics. And it's been like fine for like a 9-hour stream I did, you know. So
Yeah, right, that's it. There for 9 hours, no problem.
yeah, right. I don't understand. Oh well.
When you play some mine, it has a lower graphic, old graphic thing, but still crashes.
Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 hasn't crashed either, so I
Yeah.
guess it just depends.
I think I know what's caused it because it's high res. Like you can play a game, but you can play it.
I don't know, like some games it's just that, like when I play Control or Alice, like, Alice is like 10 years old and that one froze like that. I don't know.
Oh, it's not compatible with the person. Too old or something.
There we go. I can get a new item, I think.
I was just thinking like that because it's too old and the thing not support that game anymore, so it's kind of freezing. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that could be, yeah. That's fair.
I'm not a tech savage, but I guess
I'm not tech savvy either. Me learning how to stream took like a whole day. I feel like, and even my first couple of streams were kind of rough.
what they call beginning.
You have slain an
There's
enemy.
nothing bad at all.
They were rough. The first couple was rough, especially with audio issues. But I got this Blue Yeti, and it's a lot better actually. So. And I was trying to use voice mod, and then I figured out that voice mod's not that great.
Oh yeah, when you try to use it, not that great. Because it's kind of nasty. which voice changer. You have the two voice, your regular one and the voice changer one.
Oh shit! Oh, he is upset with me.
Ooh, slippery.
An enemy has been slain.
Yay,
got
thank you,
one.
Hapers.
For me? You should.
Finally. Try so hard to get some kills.
Give me those kills.
Get him, girl.
Oh my god! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Ah! Ah! I made it. Woo! Woo!
An enemy has been
That
bested.
was fucked up.
Too close to comfort.
Hello, hello, welcome.
Isn't this fun?
Oh, that go behind our thing. Hello, gentlemen.
Ooh, go let that you die.
Killing spree.
Yay. Another one.
An enemy has been slain.
Why am I all over the place?
You have slain an enemy.
You have slain an enemy.
Ooh, this is shiny.
Going back.
Runaway train, never come back, never come. Oh,
An enemy has been bested.
Ah,
Ally has been slain. Bring them
no! Oh my god! Ah!
Slippery.
you don't want to do that. Get back.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been bested. Killing spree. Rampage.
Isn't this fun?
Go to the dog too, huh?
Double kill.
Sire, are you count? Math is hard.
Killing spree.
unstoppable. Yes.
An ally has been slain. Enemy has been
Yay!
Get by.
Congratulations, you have
touch.
slain a god. An enemy has been bested.
Ah, die.
Yes, good, good. Die, die. Die, die, die. I can't take like Reaper, but I tried.
Iconic.
There we
An
go.
ally has been slain.
Doggo.
Killing spree.
Ah, doggo.
An ally has fallen.
I'm gonna die.
An ally has been slain.
I die.
Killing spree.
I'm too greedy.
Yeah, we're gonna win. It's all good. We got this. And you're gonna level up.
This
Woo.
is shiny.
Yay. Finally level 7.
Leveling up is the best, I think.
Wow, it's taking so long to respawn.
Not giving me your shit. Go fetch Dire.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Rampage. Triple
Daddy,
kill.
daddy.
Dying.
Oh, right. Okay, my sister's getting ready for work. That's what that sound is.
Go get a friend.
Unstoppable.
Die, please.
An enemy has been
Finally.
bested. An enemy has been slain.
Yay, we win.
We won! Now we gotta do a stupid bonus match.
Oh yeah, I forgot every time.
I always forget.
Bonus round. Get
Just
ready
take
to
this bonus round over and be happy. Just take it off.
4, 3,
All right, let's go.
fight.
Killing spree. 5. Double kill.
Yay.
Hey, we did pretty good.
Yeah, we did pretty good.
All right, now we're gonna do videos because why not? I might decide to play something later, but for now, I'll just hang out for a bit. Oh, there it
Yes.
goes. Yay!
Ooh, and I got a chest. What? Ooh, I got a cool skin.
Okay. 1 second. I gotta make sure I'm protecting my stuff here real quick. Oh.
So what happened to your screen? It just go black.
Yeah, I did that so I could open up videos. Oh.
You don't have a back.
Yeah, my background's not working. I don't know why. Hello?
Because it's a nice background, so I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I don't know why it's not working. I'll have to re-add it. Okay. For some reason you said that and I thought, oh shit. Oh shit, it's frozen again.
Oh no.
I look over and I was like, oh shit.
And Larissa.
I don't think I have anything special coming up this week. I haven't put out my schedule yet, but let me quick look. I haven't been thinking about next week.
Oh, but what about Matt? We have your new cover, right?
Ah! No! 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 No!
Your new cover, like Magia, right?
Oh yeah, that's not new though. But yeah, my yeah, my new cover.
It was only a few weeks ago that you released that.
Yeah, I guess.
It's not old
But-
by any standard.
So you said you want to
No
watch something
spoiler, we don't
scary,
know
right?
anything.
Yeah,
okay?
I don't know why I
But
clicked something
it means
cute.
it's still new. Yeah. It'll be.
Let me find you one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Martha's Dolls horror game playthrough.
This is it. Trust me.
You know I do.
I might get this.
Oh yeah, this cool thing.
Show me I'm right where you wanted me. Now tell me I'm out of this goddamn town.
Nobody on you. I just caught surveillance
And look at
cams.
you have my favorite actor in there, so
Adios, Night City.
Should be
Idris
back in
Elba?
the homeland by 2 a.m.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you seen the
What
Suicide
about
Squad?
you?
Oh
Get your
yeah,
ticket
I
out
see
there.
that one. It's super fun.
I hear
I
the
love
government's
that one.
sealing a deal.
I think he was my favorite character in it.
President's favorite. You're gonna walk out of this on a
It's
red
either
carpet.
Deadshot or like, you know,
Yeah,
some
sure.
very, I think it
Hey.
was Deadshot, but
You
it was like,
deserve
It's like it's not the same character as Will Smith in the first one, I guess.
You know what I'm thinking about right now?
It's kind of
Tell me.
same character, but they
Taco
change
standing back
actors.
home.
I
First thing I'm
know
gonna
it's
do
like
when
a
I get off this
different
train is head
comic
right there.
character, but they're both
I
so
swear those
similar
quesadillas come to me.
that
Yeah,
there is
but-
no difference. So they just I don't
It sure
know.
sounds
It's
tasty.
weird.
Yeah.
But I
You're the
like
one that
Kid
took me there in
version
the
more
first place.
because he more funny, he more had humor in it.
The first one was kind of bad, and then the Suicide
Listen, when
Squad
this
was
is all
really
over,
good.
you gotta take a break.
yeah.
You hear me?
I watched it on HBO Max, and I loved it so much.
I just watched it and I can't stop laughing in the whole movie.
Dude, when they were going through that village, just having a competition on killing
Oh, yeah.
everybody.
I got a passenger and he's carrying a thing.
But turned out that they're all friendly.
Or everybody.
Can you hack the trap? Show me.
I also like Starro.
Fight with it's your mom, so he got angry.
Oh yeah. A King Shark was cool too. Nom nom,
Oh yeah, no.
nom nom.
I can't believe it. Sylvester Stallone who voiced that.
I know, right? Vin Diesel. I think it was Vin Diesel. Or no, Stallone. What the hell?
I think it's Stallone.
I can't remember. Oh no, Vin Diesel is Groot.
Oh yeah, right. Vin Diesel is Groot.
I just forgot about that completely.
He just said one word in the whole movie.
Dude, I would get paid for that. I think the Guardians of the Galaxy, they're just a D&D group. They're just a D&D, they're just Dungeons and Dragons party. Star-Lord is the bard.
I wouldn't be alive if it was.
Drax is the like the warrior. And Gamora's like a rogue. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go grab my pillow because I want to hold it while we watch videos.
Oh.
There are so many video game genres out there, like completely different types and styles of games with their own fandoms, but unfortunately, some of those fade away over time thanks to the ever-shifting cultural landscape that is gaming, I guess. So we've got 10 genres that have kind of vanished. Not completely, you know, there's always an indie developer that'll
Okay,
make a
I'm
cool
back.
nostalgic version or things here
Gotta
and
put my
there,
headphones
but
back
still,
on.
We've got 10 genres.
I need a pair of
that aren't
wireless
quite
ones.
As big as they used to be. So let's get
Mine are
started
alright.
with number 10.
I have
When you're talking
a
about
Corsair
platformers,
one.
There's a hard line between two separate camps.
And
You know,
when I
your
was
regular
getting my
platformers like
streaming,
Mario, Sonic,
like my
of
streaming
course,
gear all set up, right?
everybody's favorite Bubsy.
Um,
And then there's the cinematic.
Like I was like, why is there so
Instead
much
of having
background
a
noise? Like, well,
freewheeling
these suck.
relationship
But
with
turns
physics
out it was
like
just
those previous
noises in my
games,
room.
the
So I
cinematic
took back,
platformer attempts to
I
create
took
a
back
more
two,
realistic
I took them back two
experience
times
by
and got a
limiting the
third
sorts of
one.
things you could do to something
And I'm like,
that
this is fucked up.
approximates
This
the
is.
real world. You know, these games are more like puzzle games where getting around the environment itself is often the riddle that needs to be solved. I'm talking about games like Prince of Persia, Flashback, even the original Tomb Raider games to an extent. If movement feels stiff and awkward, then you've probably got a more
remastering the original
cinematic
three
style
Tomb Raiders.
platformer on your hands. That has to be the primary reason this genre kind of died out. They were often more frustrating than fun to play and practice. These days, many games contain the DNA of a cinematic platformer. I mean,
Oh, are you
the
okay
Assassin's
there?
Creed
Yeah, I'm
series
good.
is
I
all
choked
built off of
on
what
my-
kind of the Prince
on
of
my
Persia games
spit.
did. The rebooted Tomb Raider games
I'm
still
okay.
have a
Whew.
strong platforming focus. You're still climbing in these games. The reason this one is at the top of the list is that, well,
Oh no,
you
I
know,
found
the genre
something
isn't
scary, but
completely
it
dead yet.
don't
It's on
have
life support
subtitles
for
for
sure,
you
but
to
it's not
understand.
entirely dead. There are still games coming out that kind of keep this game spark alive, like say Little Nightmares, the recent Deliver Us Mars, and one of the biggest games from
This one I found is
2022,
super scary
Stray.
because it's all the ghost story in my country.
Oh no. Oh, okay. This is that one guy.
The Nuke Top 5?
Yeah.
And another one is called Shield or something.
And then
Oh
Chills.
yeah, it's right there, Shields, yeah.
For toilet
Uh,
viewing.
Do you know the game is called Home Sweet Home thing?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's all based in My Country Ghost.
Ooh.
The most scary is the one ghost who have a girl dress up a Thai dress and move it around with a Thai older music. It's super scary in that one.
Oh my god.
Top 5 ghosts.
Yeah,
on
that's
camera.
That's yeah.
When you
Oh,
see
that
it.
would freak me out.
A mother is sitting with her 2 daughters while they
Every
eat.
kid need to
Suddenly,
know
the
that
oldest daughter
that
becomes
ghost
very
because
disturbed
they
and
live
frightened
so
by
long
something she can
time
see in the
silent as
other
kid.
room, even though
Oh,
there's nothing visible in
jeez.
the video.
More people in the school, if we need to learn a musical lesson, all the teachers gonna warn us about don't be in there after dark because you're gonna see something you don't like it.
Oh
I
shit.
just turned off the lights, that's all.
The mother remains calm, questioning her daughter as to why she is scared, but she receives no answer. The younger daughter looks back, doesn't see anything, and then laughs at how her big sister is seemingly scared of nothing.
I think the one who see a ghost is kid and the animal because they can see things. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely animals. Like that's why I always when my dogs just randomly start barking, I'm like, there's a spirit in my room. There's a that's the first thought I have. There's a ghost in my room.
Oh, what, Nani? Look at me.
But
What are
please
you
don't
scared of?
don't let it in
The
though.
fish?
It's not good.
The fish died. You're just sleeping already.
I don't know what my I don't know. My dogs probably wouldn't be very good at protecting me if that happened.
Oh yeah, the dog is the only one.
They're
can see
they're very
things you can
small.
see.
Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, I can see something. They're crying.
That is, until the younger girl takes a second
Another
look,
one laugh,
and
another
suddenly
crying.
she also sees whatever frightened her older sister. Her reaction is pure terror.
Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. But you gotta listen to me. Turn around. Look at me. What's the matter?
Dang, that scream.
I know.
She sees something for real with that scream.
The video uploader Angel Ruiz says that both girls claim to have seen a ghost in the other room, even though nothing strange was visible to their
I
mother
don't know. I
or
didn't see
captured
it,
on
but
video.
I have a sense to feel it.
Loading dock ghost.
I don't
girl.
know. I
Guards at the loading dock
that's
in
weird.
Mexico
I used to
spot
think I
something
saw like
strange
my
on their
grandpa's
security camera.
like
What
got
looks
my
like a
great
young
grandpa's
girl dressed
ghost in my
all
room
black
because you know like
standing near
my
one of
old
their
room
trucks.
when I was growing up
While
was
two
like
guards go
Yeah.
outside to
was the room he
investigate,
passed
the
away
others
in.
watch on the CCTV camera.
So I swear I would do that, but I don't know if that was like actually real or if it's just my kid mind thinking that.
I don't know how to explain it, but it have a vision to connect it to the loved one.
Oh. Yeah, see, I don't know much about it besides like just watching videos.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain to other people when I explain the thing. I'm just crazy. I need to go to hospital, so I didn't talk much.
No, you're not crazy. I think there's a bunch of weird stuff going on. Especially if you're going to some places where something bad happened. Millers? Millers? You want to come see Cuddle Baby?
I
Really?
just hear the dog howl every midnight, every day. So because on top of my head is a tombstone, like 100 of them,
Oh my god.
and on top of the tombstone is a temple.
A temple?
Yes, a temple, a Thai
Damn.
temple.
Despite the girl being visible on the
You
security
have a
camera
temple,
monitor,
and next to the
guards
temple
on the
is
lot can't see
the
her,
thing
even though
to
she's
burn the
standing
passed
right
away
beside
people.
them. While the other guards inside try to
Yeesh.
direct them to her location over the radio, the
So
guard shines his light around.
the way I just
they
live,
both still seem
old
to see
people used
nothing.
to call
It
the
almost looks as if the
ghost
guards
just
believe
passes
that they are
away.
being pranked by the other
the most
security guards
ghosts
inside
use
at
it
the
to
CCTV
pass to
monitor.
go somewhere they need.
Creepiest of all, as the guards search, they seem to
That's
pass right
freaky.
through the girl.
Yeah,
The
that's
one guard's
freaky.
flashlight shines right through her body as well.
That's
But
so
it's not
freaky. Oh my
scary
god.
anymore like 5-10 years
Do
ago.
you believe?
Because 6 years ago
This is
it's only just
Dalhousie
a
Castle
forest
in
and
Scotland.
a
It's
tree, no
800
light.
years old. And the reason why we're here is because the place is
Oh,
rumored to
fuck
be
that.
haunted.
Times
Australian
skip now.
reporter
We
Helen
have
Parker
everything. We
never
have a
believed in
light pole.
ghosts.
We have a
That is,
new road.
until
So
the
it's
journalist
not kind of
investigated
scary anymore.
Dalhousie Castle.
That is that's
800-year-old
actually
haunted castle in
it's
Scotland.
scary as fuck.
Parker was so
Oh, yeah,
confident
it's
that
scary.
she decided to go alone
It's
into the
super
castle's
scary.
dungeon at 2 a.m. Just her and a camera.
It's now nearly 2 o'clock
have a
in
lot
the
of
morning. I'm down here in the dungeon. We were having
creepy
dinner earlier
story. I
tonight
can
down
tell you
here.
like hours
It's definitely
non-stop.
a very, very different mood now.
I have some creepy
The rest
stories
of the
as
castle
well.
have gone to bed.
Yeah,
Now I
creepy
should
story,
point out
a
I'm the
ghost
only one
story.
in the dungeon.
I have
Just
a lot of
me
things.
and my camera, and I'm facing the only doorway.
So
I feel like I've had a couple
no
of
sign
those.
for tonight.
Like there was this girl I knew that my friend was dating when we were in high
Who are you
school,
gonna see, Ghost? You think it would
and
be
her house was literally
After
right
sitting
next
for
to
a
the
while and
cemetery.
witnessing nothing, she even starts
Oh.
joking about how the castle's
And then
ghost
like
called Lady
her parents were
Catherine
really
might
religious,
be,
so
quote, rubbish.
we would have to go hang out elsewhere, and of course we'd
So
go into
maybe
the
it's all just
cemetery.
rubbish. Maybe it's all just hocus
And like I
pocus.
swear to God, I've seen so much shit in that cemetery.
Maybe there is
I would
no
just say
such
I'm
thing as
going
ghosts.
home.
What's over?
Yeah, the cemetery
Then
thing
she
is
even
not
starts
cool
taunting the
place to hang
supposed
out.
spirit.
Well, not only that,
Alright,
but there's
I'm prepared to
there's like
wait.
a hunting ground
Catherine.
beside it
Oh,
Dang.
Catherine.
where people go to hunt deer and
Yeah,
turkey, stuff like that. So you would hear people walking and you wouldn't know, is that somebody with a gun or
Okay,
is that somebody,
I'm going,
you know,
I'm going,
just, or is
I'm
that
going.
something else,
I'm going.
you know?
Yeah.
I'm going. Okay, Catherine.
It's
I'm
the real
going.
people or not real, and that's it. Nothing more.
Yeah, I was always like, dude,
Then
I
something
think
moves in the
just
dungeon,
because like it was
but
so
I'm not
close to the
staying to
cemetery, I was
find
like, I
out
hope
what it
nobody's like
is.
creeping up on us
freaking
with a
going.
gun.
Helen
I would
Parker
always
said that
think
during
that.
the
Most
experience, she
disturbing
felt,
thing
quote,
ever.
an intense
Yeah.
electrical feeling down the right side of my face and head.
Because hunting where I grew up is it's super popular. It's the lifestyle, it's the thing to do.
I'm
You know,
going.
there's lots of
I'm
people
going.
that do it. They go out to do it just to have fun. And I've never been hunting because I just don't like it.
I'd like to think.
Yeah.
But
I'd like to think I'm a
you
pretty
know,
rational
it's just crazy because there's like so much.
And
There was so much like
very interesting
forest.
to play back
Like
what's
where I
on the
lived,
tape.
you would
The
never
chair
know if there's
banging on
somebody
its
out
own
hunting.
with such purpose is
you
what
know.
scared me.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you would know when it was like
An
season,
intense
but just because the
electric feeling
season started
down the
doesn't mean
right
people
side of
weren't
my
doing
face
it
and head.
out of season. You know,
Oh yeah.
the only reason
I'm shaking like a
they have seasons of hunting is because there's so many deer and they cause so many accidents
Can you let me out of this
that they have to
castle?
keep the population down.
In the beginning, I'd assumed either nothing would happen here, or I'd fall
I've hit a
asleep on
deer.
camera. Whatever
I
my
didn't
encounter
total my
was,
car, but I
it
had to
was
get a
one of
new
the
one
biggest frights
because I was
of my
driving
life.
home on the highway, which you're going like 70 miles per hour. That's the
The
speed limit,
follower.
anyways.
While a man was vacationing in the Rocky
And I
Mountains,
hit
his
it, and the
girlfriend
deer,
zoomed
like
in
it
and
was just
snapped
like
an iPhone live photo
like
of
12
him.
deer were just
For those
crossing
who
the
don't
road.
know, an iPhone live
and they
photo
just jumped
basically
right in front of
captures
me,
a 3-second video
and
along
I
with the
smacked
normal
one.
photo.
It was so bad.
Later, when they were reviewing their pictures, they found something very odd. Even though they were all alone in the wilderness that day, someone
We
appeared to be
can do that
watching the
here. We
man from
can
the
hunt
field
the animal
behind him.
because if you shoot one
On
bullet,
first
whole
glance, it
SWAT
looks like
team gonna
someone standing in
storm
tall
your
grass.
house.
Right.
But as this shot shows, grass in that area is not that tall. So on
Um,
a second
Because
look at
where
the
I
photo,
live is
it almost
live
appears as if
too
the
close
person
to the
was
police
actually
station.
hiding in the grass.
If
I
people
would-
do
iPhone
some
live photo
illegal
3-second
thing,
video
they're
shows
got
something
whole
very different.
whole
It
place
almost
coming
looks like
down at you.
someone walking, even though half of the
I don't know.
person's
Our,
body
our
would be
place,
beneath the
like the
ground.
apartment, was pretty,
When the
was
video
pretty
is motion stabilized,
small.
it looks
But they
even
did
creepier.
they did do their jobs quite a bit. And so like there's lots of drugs
Invisible
where I grew
dinner
up too.
guest. YouTube user
And they would just
BScotty321
mostly
was
just
suspicious
handle
that
that
his little sister was playing with his
and
food
nothing else.
every time he left
Or
the
they
room.
would get you
So he
if they
set up
caught
a
you
camera
speeding
to
like
capture
2
that.
miles over the speed limit. Like
Sure enough, she was
they would pull
playing
you
with his
over
food,
because they're just so
but she
bored
also seemed to be talking
that they
to
just look
someone
for
who
anything they can
wasn't
do.
there.
Can even just 2 miles? Can?
Yeah.
I go poop.
Man.
One time I was going to
I don't poop.
I was going to a movie with a friend that I knew. He was homeschooled. He lived way out in the country, and we were gonna go see a movie. And then his windows were just like one shade too tinted, and they pulled us over, and we had to take off our shoes, and they searched our pockets and everything. Searched his car.
Oh yeah, I know some law in your country because you can't have two thin windows.
Yeah,
She says that's
I don't
Billy's
know. They
dinner.
just bought the car, and he
Someone
didn't
or
even think about it.
something
Yeah,
that
they
can't
just
be
pulled
seen
him
in
over.
the video. The silverware on the plate seems to move on its own.
I watched some police things, so I know some law, but I don't know it all.
I don't know all the laws, just the major ones where you don't get in trouble, and I follow them.
Yeah, just one thing in the major, but small thing, it's alright.
You're right. Sometimes, well, most of the time, it was just drug charges or drug busts, because there'd be lots of tweakers where I live.
Oh yeah, like
Meth heads.
you tell me one.
Yeah, and they get crazy. For real, they get insane. Oh. Angry chihuahuas. Oh my god. Oh, dude, that reminds me of a video.
I don't know, so some of my friends on Chihuahua, so I just try to fit in with, and they get so angry at me for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, look at this. Raw chihuahua chases off robbers. California, of course.
They have a gun, but can't fire a small Chihuahua.
Do you hear it?
He just getting angry. Oh dang, he's chasing him.
They're good dogs, they're just small. Like, that they probably can't defend you like this unless people are like, oh shit, you know, there's a dog coming for me.
I don't know, but I look like the bad guy started, dude, the dog coming, get like, go away.
If we didn't have the video, you would have never believed what happened in Pasco County.
They can fight
Chihuahua
small
challenged a full-grown coyote
The
that
worst
intruded
cameo
into
ever.
his.
Oh, I remember this one.
Face to face with that coyote, 5 times his size. Stood his ground, hid under the shed till I came out.
Ooh.
Behind TJ's
Fight all
house,
the
an
coyote?
abandoned railroad line with plenty of brush.
Coyotes
makes
are
a
nasty.
perfect place for a coyote
They
to
also
hide.
let you
It's
shoot
like when
those.
the wild animal
Where I
visits
live,
for
if you're a
dinner
farmer and
or
they're
dessert.
getting in your shit,
That
same with
coyote could've
foxes.
with one bite.
That would've been it. He's 18.
Oh,
he
so
doesn't have a
you
tooth
have
in
right
his
to
head.
shoot them when you
He's a little
get into
sweetheart,
your
he was my
property.
dad's dog.
No, yeah, if they're
lost him,
they'll,
but
because they'll mess,
he did his
they'll
job
they'll
good.
like eat,
Paco
you know,
learned to
farm
eat.
animals and
He's
stuff.
just sleepy.
He used to
Look at
live
his
with.
eye.
I know.
Always had the big mouth and had the
Look,
mouth.
In this round, it's
Look at his
Paco
eye. Like,
1,
I don't care.
Coyote
Just
0.
take me to sleep.
They're out there, and people have a lot of small dogs, and I don't want. He got lucky. I don't want to see something bad happen to somebody else's dog.
Yeah, you gotta. You really gotta watch them. They're so small and fragile. You gotta make. When I take them out, that's why I go outside. When I take them outside every time.
Oh.
Not a tooth in his head either. Peter Bernard on the night feed for us. Thank you, sir.
I don't know, but dog just nobody decided. They're just all royal to
There
the
are many
owner.
things canine
Oh,
ears
yeah.
can do, but number 1 is hearing. Dogs hear 4 times as well as humans, with a range of frequencies twice
yeah,
as
dog
large.
hearing just too
Even the
good.
tiny ones hear better than us, sometimes way better. So when your house is in danger, your best defense may just be a mere 6 inches tall.
Oh, you're so small.
They're so cute.
It's hard to believe Chihuahuas have anything in common with their gray wolf ancestor. But actually, they have at least 2. They're prick-shaped ears.
It is a cone shape, there's a lot of surface area, and it concentrates the sound, sends it straight down to their eardrum.
Chihuahuas likely originated over
Ooh,
1,000 years
straight down
ago.
to the eardrum.
And to this day, their sense of hearing is one of the best of any breed.
Because Chihuahuas are such a small breed, it makes them vulnerable to attack and to predators. So their hearing really is self-defense. They can hear a threat coming long before it gets to them, gives them a chance to escape.
18 muscles power gigantic ears
I
that
don't
turn
try
like
to be
satellite
rude, but
receivers.
I have all the
You will
Chihuahua
literally
face
see
that
one
look
ear
the same
turn
thing.
toward the direction of the sound so that they can pinpoint what it is they're focusing their attention on.
When something doesn't sound right,
The first is like, I
they
don't
will let
even
you
care. Just put me down and go
Chihuahuas
to
are your
sleep.
sort of classic guard
Please,
dog, and they will
please.
bark at the first sign of danger.
So they will bark incessantly. And that bark also protects them because if they can alert their owner, their pet parent, they know they're going to be safe.
Yeah.
So these incredible ears are just like radar to
Oh, there
pick
I
up
go.
sound.
Oh, it's so
You don't need
cute.
an alarm system in your house if you have a Chihuahua. You will never have an intruder. You will never have a neighborhood dog sneak through the yard, but you'll probably never have a total night's sleep.
Chihuahuas have some of the best hearing
They're
around.
just barking.
But which dogs can't hear at all? On their birthday, all of them. Puppies come out of the
Have dog
womb
like that,
without the sense of hearing.
Oh
Their ear
no.
canals are actually kind of swollen shut. Usually it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks before they can start to hear.
Damn.
Dogs have a short gestation period.
I didn't know
just
that.
2 months, which means some
Yeah, I
body
didn't know
parts
that
need
too.
to
The dog
mature
can hear
after
when
birth.
born. Oh, I just love golden retriever. It is so
Oh yeah, they're so cute.
A national symbol of Mexico,
I love all
Chihuahua
dogs,
is
though. I
indeed a
don't know, I just
Mexican toy
have
breed.
anything.
While they are known as purse dogs, there is nothing small about this breed when we talk about
dog,
their personality.
just hand them
Behind the
over to me.
Chihuahua's
Just
small
take
body
care
is a
of them
dog that
anything.
is
Let's just start a dog farm and they all can live with us.
Oh yeah. I can play with the dog all day.
When pet grooming goes wrong.
Yeah, the dog just take control of the human world.
Steven Seagal abnormal moments.
Did he have a normal moment too? Oh no, my dog's just barking now.
Yeah, that's okay. Mine aren't.
Hold on, okay? 3, 2, 1. Please welcome Kobo and Zara. I don't have the pian juice. Hello.
Oh, the Kobo.
Oh no, fuck poor Ela.
Halo. Kok nggak jawab sih?
Did you look dead inside?
Sombong banget nih, mentang-mentang ultah, woi. Birthday girl.
She's one of my favorites because she's addicted to games just like I am.
Oh, no, I know why.
Emang udah sold out sih.
I saw this clip and they're like, "Do you watch TV? Do you do anything?" She goes, "No, I just game.
Iya, parah banget. Parah.
I only game."
Kobo nyanyi sekarang. Bikin lagu.
Straight answer
Untuk
ever.
para
Do you want
pemalu.
something? No, game.
Gituan, go.
Yep.
Loh enggak, justru kita justru iya kita nyiapin sesuatu sebenarnya.
Oh serius? Kok kalian
Beneran.
Kok kalian so sweet banget?
What
Mana?
language is it?
I think it's Indonesian.
Berarti aku so sweet.
Gimana, Bo?
Mana
banget tau nggak? Tahu nggak Greta? Enggak, rasanya itu tahu nggak sih kayak kita tuh udah niat mau bersihin nyapu rumah,
Oh,
terus
yeah,
emak
I think
kamu
it's
tuh tiba-tiba
Indonesia.
dia jangan lupa sapu rumah ya, padahal kita udah niat sebelumnya terus jadi nggak niat gitu loh Greta. Karena ditagi makin males
The most Asian parent ever.
Ya udah,
I know, right?
Gak usah ngasih kalau gitu.
Enggak kita enggak gitu mas.
As an Asian, I can confirm this 100% true. Can't go wrong with it.
Tadi tuh Kobo nelpon aku, terus aku nulis lirik buat lagu, terus logo, maaf ya, Kobo bikin lagunya.
Oh my gosh, she's actually live now.
Yeah, play Minecraft.
I hope, you know what? I hope that nah, see, I finally go to the city and don't die. I hope that she will not die in the nether though, because if she die,
In the nether, adios. I don't know.
If she dies, she died. That's it, nothing more.
The setup is crazy. What?
Nice. Finally.
Oh my god. 10 holy shit moments in recent games. Sure, why not?
Games are meant to be big events, and sometimes they just blow your mind. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 holy shit moments
Why I
from
have so
recent
many
games.
video
Starting
recommend
up at number
from
10,
Scarlet.
Bayonetta 3's
I know,
Chapter
right?
6 and 12. The Bayonetta games are known
Oh,
for
I
their
love
over-the-top
Bayonetta.
insanity, but this game goes a step
She
beyond
always
with
do the
holy
such thing, I don't know.
madness
She's always they.
territory. Almost every
You know what's
major boss
crazy?
in the game
Nintendo
is so
bought
over-the-top and ridiculous
bought
that they do the final
like the
boss
rights
in any
to
normal game,
Bayonetta, and
but
they made
here
the
they're just
second
another
and third
boss.
one.
Probably the two that stand out most to me
Oh,
are the
the second
bosses
and
of
third
Chapter 6 and 12. You really
Which is so weird
just
because normally
gotta
they just
see
make
these to
family
believe 'em.
games.
The first one in Chapter 6
Oh,
is your
yeah.
normal crazy
A
boss,
kid games.
modeled after the Monkey King. from
And then this
JJK
one's just like you said,
You've got three
sus.
forms. The
Yeah,
first
look at
two
this
you
shit.
take
It's
on in
crazy.
normal character action game way, but the third, this is where it gets interesting. For reasons, he becomes supercharged, so Bayonetta responds by ripping out her own heart and sacrificing it to a demon who also gets supercharged. This doesn't kill her.
damn.
This is
With all her
these
own
games.
heart.
You don't
Yeah.
have to know why, you just have to accept it. Now, for some reason, this demon decides that the best course of action is to fight the boss by blowing bubbles at them. Like I said, you just gotta see it. It's one of the most ridiculous visuals I've ever seen.
Blowing
It's so
bubbles.
incredibly goofy that any attempt to be sexy or whatever just completely falls to the wayside. I mean, look at this. What is happening? The boss of Chapter 12 somehow actually more ridiculous. Than
Yep.
this. And this is in a mission with an extended
Look at
thriller
this shit.
parody in the middle of it for just no
Oh,
reason.
they just dance.
Other than to just melt your brain, I guess. So this time you got to take on a
So they're
swarm of
just dancing
mind-controlling
around.
insects that seem unstoppable, but wait, you just so happen to have an opera-singing frog demon at your disposal. Of course, let's try that. So that thing gets powered up, you fight the boss, an extended
Oh, frog.
rhythm minigame
Hate it.
where the
Don't
frog
like it.
demon sings a very
Oh my
thick
God.
velvet song to kill the swarms of bugs.
I need to
It's-
turn those
it's
off.
one of those things
I don't
you
know
just
how.
gotta see. Totally insane. At
Ah,
number
turn
9,
what
Elden
off?
Ring's Elevator. For a lot of
The
people,
Discord
most memorable
notifications.
moments from Elden Ring. It's not the only
'Cause I don't want
surprising
anyone's
thing to
name
find
on
in the
stream.
game, obviously. But for a lot of players, it's the first, and it's the moment where the game goes from just being an interesting take on an open world formula to something much more interesting in people's minds. I'll try to set the scene. It starts off in Limgrave, like the whole game. It's probably the most normal area of the game.
Yeah, Limgrave.
Nothing to really write
That's
home
my first
about,
Souls
and it
game, and
sets
I
your
suck so bad at 'em.
Kind of low at first. One of the larger sections of the map is
Oh, and
Mistwood,
she
a forest
live
filled with
right
rune
now.
bears that can be a
Scarlet.
fairly dangerous place starting
Ah,
out. But it's a
God.
place that most new players will probably
It's
check
okay.
out just because it's so close to the starting area. And while you're wandering around the misty forest,
They see
you might
everything and-
run into
and they're
this large
barking.
round building with an elevator in it. The first time I activated this thing, I assumed it just lead down to some kind of small cave dungeon similar to the other ones I found in the area. But the elevator just keeps going, and going, deep,
Yep.
deeper, deep, deep, deep.
It's still going.
How
And
long
then you
is it
see
going?
these giant aqueducts in the distance.
They just keep
buildings.
going.
You realize it's not some little cave, but an entirely new area. It's not just a new location. It's an entire section of the map that's underground. And you never really see stuff like this in open world games. This whole area is enormous, and even better, everything you see in the distance, you can actually go to. It's one of the most intriguing and exciting moments in the game. If they're gonna
Ooh,
just make it
okay,
so you can
opportunity.
randomly uncover an entire underground world, what else are you gonna find just exploring? It's one of
Right.
the few totally surprising player-driven moments of the year, and easily one of the best. And number 8 is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh
the
my
Stanley
God,
Parable
this
2.
game is so
Everyone knew
fucking
ahead
weird.
of time this updated version of the Stanley Parable would have some new endings and new secrets in it, but developers tried to make us think that wouldn't be the case, and duh, it was obviously going to happen. That's kind of the point of the game. They have different endings and subvert the expectations. So, yeah. I knew there'd be some changes,
never
but I
played
didn't
this
know how
game
far
before.
they'd go. Or the fact they basically hit an entire
It's
Stanley
weird.
Parable sequel in the game. Like, when you first boot the game up, it seems like everything's the same. It actually takes finding a few of the standard endings before anything new even
When you
starts
say
to pop
it's
up.
weird,
The first new
it's
thing
weird.
you find is
Okay.
a door leading to new content, which ends up being pretty pathetic. There's a circle you can jump in. Wow. When the game throws its first big swerve at you and sends you to this hall of memories of the original version of the game, this
Oh my
concludes
God,
with a
look at
really
that.
dark and bizarre ending where you're trapped in a tiny
Not
room with the
recommended.
narrator with only a fast forward button that eventually leaves you trapped in a desolate apocalyptic
Even the
world.
devs know
Then
what
the
they're
game
doing.
starts all over again, just like normal, but now the new content door leads you to the Stanley Parable 2, a gigantic new area filled with stuff. Things get stranger from there, including a bucket that you can take with you that changes all the old endings in the game into something completely different for some reason. Also, the title screen has a story too, like the game's bizarre. And number 7 is it's the Cuphead DLC, The Secret Boss. Like, you know, for a game called Cuphead with this traditional cartoon look, the Delicious Last Course DLC came out this year, added some fantastic bosses to an
Oh,
already great game. The most
Cuphead, oh my
surprising
God.
thing, especially if you manage to find it yourself,
You ever
is
play
the
these?
Secret Boss. It's not one of those things that's
No, but
impossible
I
to
see
find
someone
normally,
playing
but
and they
it's something
smash
that
their
like, you'll find it on your
controller.
own. All you have to do is solve this.
I was
simple
watching a
puzzle on
review and this
Tombstone.
dude couldn't
The
get past
contest
the
winners, I'll
jumping
give you randomized
tutorial,
clues, but you
and
just
he
need
was
to touch
reviewing the
three
game.
tombstones in the correct order. This is slightly trickier than it seems. but
That's
it's certainly
the
not
review the game,
You solve
okay.
the puzzle, the center tombstone lights up, and you get the option of taking a nap. Things start getting creepy right from the loading screen as the normally happy hourglass is shattered and all the sand guts are spilling out of its glass body. When the loading
Jesus.
finishes, it's when you take on this thing known as the Angel and the Devil. There's this creepy music, and this bizarre stop-motion rabbit skeleton looms over you, and the fight starts. Like most people are
I'll
going
be
to
right
die
back in a
in
second.
seconds when you're first fighting this thing because of its cross-eyed gimmick and the devil and angel switch
I need to
places
refill
whenever
my
you turn.
water.
So any
Alrighty, I'll be
projectiles
here.
fired by the devil hurt you, while any projectiles from the angel are harmless. Like, it's a simple enough gimmick, but actually adjusting to it's pretty difficult to say the least. The regular game didn't have any secret bosses, so this thing was pretty unexpected. If its weird appearance didn't make you say, holy shit, the brutal attack patterns are definitely gonna. And number 6, Gotham Knights final boss. Like, regardless of your opinion of the game, the final boss goes pretty hard. Like, it's a pretty interesting and ballsy fight. The final area of the game leads into a Lazarus pit on Requiem King Hugo. This is a game that goes hard. Like a rat plague. He is a rat boy. The entire ending sequence is pretty shocking in its own right, but it's less of a right? Anyway, they consume pretty much everything in their path, and you pretty much have to desperately hide from it. It sounds from 90s anime like Neon Genesis Evangelion and also Silent Hill. Kinda no wonder Signalis ended up one of the weirdest games of 2020. In Haven. So, High on Life, a pretty goofy game. Definitely worth a play. I enjoyed it. Watch my Before You Buy for my full opinion on it. But the plot is mostly an excuse for jokes. And it's what I'm saying is it's far from serious. It's a fun game. It does its humor well. Sometimes doesn't know when to stop, but for the most part, it's enjoyable. But there's a point where it's actually really weirdly serious. The story of the game is that there's this alien cartel that's invaded Earth and is now using humans for drugs, like literally smoking them like a joint somehow. And at a certain point in the story, you're given a device that makes it so you can rescue any captured humans you find and teleport them to a human haven. The guy who gives it to you, Magistrate Klug, seems pretty straightforwardly nice, which immediately stands out in a game where everybody's insane or insanely rude, but it's not really a story game, so
What
you
the
just
fuck?
go along with it. There's a funny thing, though. When you summon a portal to rescue a human, you can actually go through the portal to the human haven. And if you platform up to the top, there's a mysterious locked door. So you go back to Klug's office after beating the game, and you can find a key card on his desk, which opens the door and reveals a bunch of secret rooms filled with dead humans that have been experimented on. Now, what's shocking about this is that it's presented mostly serious, with a pretty seriously creepy atmosphere. At the end of the lab, the true bad guy the game's revealed, this creepy-looking scientist who also is not played for laughs at all, he just comes off as evil. He kills Klug right in front of you, and then he teleports away as a setup for the sequel. This moment is a double whammy. The secret ending is in a goofy cartoon FPS, and it's surprisingly dark and sinister. Oh, also, the final boss teleports Jack Black and Susan Sarandon for a cameo and immediately kills them, which is also pretty holy shit worthy.
Oh my god.
And number 2 is Tunic, The Patterns. Tunic is a game made up of holy shit moments. When you first boot it up, you really don't have any idea what's going on. Switch. Had to put this in somewhere, right? The whole gimmick of the rebooted God of War series is that it's single camera following Kratos. For the entire first game, it sticks to the script and it doesn't deviate from him. It's a full constant. So when the camera suddenly wanders away from the big man out of nowhere, it's kind of huge. Like, suddenly you're playing as Atreus, doing his own thing completely separate from Kratos. The God of War games have never had another playable character. Not since the first game out back in 2005. That's 20 years with
welcome
Kratos as the
back.
playable character. And then out of nowhere, you're playing his son. The funny thing is, it's intentionally jarring. Like, it doesn't happen after Kratos
I got
gets
asked the same
injured
question
or anything.
again.
It just happens.
Oh,
and then
yeah,
we find
I'm
out
sorry.
So I just answered the same thing, so yes, and that's it. The asking about you, so it's nothing much.
Right, thank you.
Drones allow us to explore areas that we would
I'm turning
otherwise
this up a
never dare
little.
step foot in, and as they fly through the sky high
There we go.
above, they sometimes catch things that were never meant to be witnessed by the
They're just
human
acting
eye.
up.
Number 11. This drone
day I
footage
talk
was
about you,
taken
is that
somewhere
real or
deep in
fake?
the
Is it
Salt
real?
Fork Park
That's
in
real?
Ohio. The video starts out ordinarily enough, but then sometime around the 5-minute mark, you
Oh,
might
shit,
be
I
able
need
to
to drink
see
this.
something hiding in the thickets. Watch the left side of your screen
So is it
closely
like,
as
you
the
need to
drone
talk
starts
with
to
her because
land,
I
and
can
pay
talk
close
to
attention
her.
because
It's
it
just like,
happens
no,
pretty
just acting,
fast.
no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Many people claim
Oh my
they can see a
God.
large creature stop and look up
I
as
don't
the
know what to
drone
say. I
passes
said that,
by.
yes, she's my
Some even
girlfriend,
claim
so
that
no,
this
so
is
what?
a Bigfoot sighting in
we
broad
just talking.
daylight. I do see what they are talking about, but I personally
so we
don't
just
see any
having fun.
movement, and I think it
Right.
could possibly be a tree. Let me know if you see it and if you agree.
They don't
Number
understand
10.
because
When a
they
freak
never
thunderstorm
laugh.
sets this large hayfield on fire in Weld County,
Yes.
Colorado, a brave farmer named Eric Howard
It's
hops
right
into his
smack in the
tractor
face with
and
that
heads
answer.
straight for the action. He has a wild plan that's about to greatly help firefighters contain the 30-acre blaze
And
if it
the
all
answer is,
goes
I have a
well.
girlfriend, shut up. That's it.
Jesus.
Thinking fast, Eric quickly carves a long path across
I
the
don't know,
field
this
to
is
keep
means
the
I
fire
mean
from
back.
spreading.
Right.
It's a
It's
firefighting
a fire
strategy called a
That's
fire
actually
line,
understandable.
which is where you remove the topsoil so
I
that
did
there is
well. It
less
takes me a
material
while to do the same
burn.
thing. I'm really nice.
He barely manages to stay ahead of the
I
inferno,
keep my mouth
and the
shut.
dancing flames
Yeah,
grow tall
the same
enough to
thing.
melt the
So,
paint off his
then
trusty
everyone call
tractor
her
the
like,
whole
"Yeah,
time.
that's fake
Even if I'm
Eventually,
getting
the
annoyed.
wildfire is contained.
Apparently
and
my
Eric
face
is
does say it
credited
all,
by the
but I don't
firefighters for
actually
his
say
gutsy
anything.
plan, which probably
Yeah, I didn't
saved
say
additional
anything, but one
acres
time
from
I
going
got
up in
this enough.
flames. Let me know what you would do in this situation.
This gets old.
And if you think Eric should have left it to the professionals. Number 9. A Predator combat drone is conducting a routine patrol when suddenly something huge and fast enters its airspace. What appears to be some kind of unidentified flying object streaks
But
by
I
the
still can't
drone
believe that
in a
we
gigantic
gotta
burst
get a
of
game,
white
so-
light. The drone
Right.
turns around.
Wait, what's
Coming
that?
up in this video.
Oh no, doorbells.
You have something like this in your home, a doorbell cam?
You are currently
What?
being recorded.
Knock knock.
You have the same thing like this, a door cam?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, so it's normal there.
Yeah. I think, well, pretty much, I think everybody has
Who's
one now.
there? You
'Cause they're-
don't
'cause
want to know.
I could go to the
These
store and
are
get one
30
right
scary
now.
Videos caught on doorbell cameras. Number 30. Fire erupts. When a
geez, that's
fire
creepy.
erupted at a home in Mesa, Arizona, these neighbors were on it. This footage shows the heroes racing to the homeowner's front door to warn them.
Yeah, if their house is on fire,
fire. I know, I'm knocking on the door.
So yeah, back at by they have more coming, so I gotta say more better and can answer the same thing.
They wait for an
Yeah,
answer,
that's
and finally
rough.
one comes
I only
through
had
the
a
Ring
little bit
doorbell.
of that this week, so.
The house is on fire. Your house is almost on
I
fire.
just answer one of them, so I tell
The
like,
homeowner
yeah,
gets
I
one
tell
of her
you and you
children
need to
out
tell
and goes
everybody
back
I
in for
have-
another.
I have it, and don't just bothering asking me.
Right. No.
Can you help me? Yeah, come on. Can you help me? Come on. Let me
It's
help
not
you.
like been like this. I don't know.
This is crazy.
After getting the child to safety, the neighbor races back
Pretty
to help
crazy.
further.
Fucking house is on fire. I'm glad there's neighbors that'll be like, hey, your house is on fire.
Again, he returns,
Yeah,
but it
that's
looks like
good
the house
neighbor.
has been evacuated.
Need more help?
Number one neighbor you should have.
The fire consumes the home before the firefighters get to work.
Oh damn.
Huh?
Got a big fire.
But thanks to their caring neighbors, this family made it out of the home alive. To me, this is the perfect example of what a neighbor should be. Number 29, Bobcat Encounter. This
Bobcat
7-year-old girl
encounter?
spotted a bobcat on her Arizona street. Understandably
what
frightened,
is a
she runs
bobcat?
to a nearby
Yeah,
house
what's a
and rings the
bobcat?
doorbell.
A big old cat, a big old dangerous cat.
Oh.
We have them where I live. I about said my state. My bad. I shouldn't do that. But
Open the door.
we have them there, yeah.
I want to come in. Please.
It's heartbreaking to hear how scared she is,
no,
and
that's
sadly
so
nobody is home here, but the residents talk to her remotely via the doorbell camera.
We'll be home in 1 minute, sweetie. Just stay right there.
I don't know when I hear a kid crying or they just scared. It just hurt me a lot.
Just stay there, okay? We're literally.
Yeah, oh, they're driving home. They're not home at the moment.
The
Where's this
homeowner
cat
is right
at?
around the corner, and they rush back to get
Yeah,
this
I
girl
wanna
to
see where this
safety.
cat at.
Can you call my mom? Yes, I will definitely do that. As soon as I get you in my house safe, I will call your mom. I'm right by the park. I'm almost there.
Fortunately, they made it back in time, and she was
Good
safe
thing that
from the
neighbor just
bobcats.
closed
Number
there.
28.
Oh yeah, I'll show you what a
Evil
bobcat
Axe.
looks like.
Thi-
1 second.
Oh sure.
They're pretty scary. Yeah, here's a good one. Yeah, they look like this.
Ooh. Their face look like a cat, but it's not a cat. Are they?
Yeah, they're a cat. They got
They're
like
cat,
a
but danger cat.
like they'll attack you if they can. Like here's one. They're pretty big. They don't look like
Damn.
that big in this pictures, but one second. Damn it. So they're like, maybe this, yeah. That looks good.
They're pretty big.
They're not like big like tigers or lions or panthers, but they're decent size. They're way bigger than a house
This
cat.
rabbit has good reason to be anxious.
Oh,
he may
shit.
have picked the wrong time to get
Oh
some
no,
air.
we're gonna get eat.
I probably shouldn't show that on stream, so.
This is evil at its ugliest. This doorbell camera captured an ex attempting to take dark revenge on his former girlfriend. You can hear her answer the door, and at first, all seems
Oh,
cordial
shit,
enough,
probably not
although
this
the
one
man is
either.
clearly suspect as he tries to cover the
No, it's okay because it's black and white. It not show any color.
Oh yeah. Okay.
We can the Swedish rule is we can see the blood, but they can know what blood in black and white is. Right?
Oh,
they can think it's just
shit.
a water.
I closed the wrong one, damn it. Oh well. Oh! Dude, this guy's
You've probably
cool.
heard me say that I'd rather eat 10 pounds of Popeye's
Casual
biscuits
Geographic.
with no drink than ever go out into the ocean. Well, I'd rather ride cross-country on a bike with a hot grill for a seat than spend half a second in the deep sea. There's a lot of living nightmares and paralysis demons come to life if you sink deep
I love
enough.
this dude's channel.
And the Megalodon is not one
It's
of
so
them.
good.
You'll often hear this thing about how the prehistoric apex predator never got
Oh my God, my
discontinued.
face.
It's just chilling
My
in
model
stuck
is
above hell in
stuck,
the
look.
abyss. This is cap. For two, well
yeah.
actually 3 good reasons. 1, there just isn't enough
There
food to
we go.
sustain a 60-foot you to the natural order. 2, if nature did keep
I
the
wish
same
that other
jumbo jaws
camera
that peaked in the
worked. It's just
Pliocene,
so
we at least
bad.
would have seen a body by
I don't
now.
know if it like
And
would,
number
would
3,
work when I'm just sitting here
why do
watching
y'all want this to be
videos,
alive so
but
bad? I promise
it
you
has
there's way worse
60
things down
frames
there.
per
Like, I
second.
would evacuate my bowels if I ever saw a giga great white
It's
shark.
just,
They'll
like,
put me in front of a T-posing
not
squid
good.
and I'm shitting more
It
bricks than the
freezes all
entire
the
city of
time and
Newark. The big
demorphs
fin
my
squid is
face.
easily one of the most disturbing things alive as I'm
Demorphs my
saying
face,
this.
it's so
It's
weird.
a T-posing predator with arms estimated to max out at just under 30 feet.
Like when I'm
Scientists
doing, like,
believe
the
the big fin
bullshit,
catches
like,
bodies by
tracing,
dragging those arms, which can be
calibrating, like I've
easily
done on
20
stream
times its own
before.
body length along the ocean
And it
floor
shows
like
my
trawling
face,
nets and feeding
well,
on
like an
whatever
outline
poor
of
soul
my
accidentally
face.
bumps into them.
And then it
You're
does
gonna
that,
hear me
but
say
it shifts all
believe
over the
or
place.
we think a lot, and
Like
that's
it's a-
because
like it's
we don't
morphing
know a
into
whole lot
something
about
weird.
them. Almost
Some
every
AI
sighting and
being.
virtually every specimen studied were either juveniles or paralarvae. We have no way of knowing exactly
an
what their
alien,
final
it's not
form
a
could
sea
look
creature,
like.
it's an
For all we
alien.
know, this
They
could be
basically
junior.
are
We just haven't
aliens.
seen Mama Big Fin yet. Who would have thought that just putting elbows on a squid
You know,
would
you can't even
instantly
go
turn
past
into the
a
spawn of
certain,
Satan?
uh,
Oh, and
you
if
know,
you thought
dis-
the Big Fin was just this slow, passive
distance
floating
in the
predator,
ocean
then you're
'cause the
seriously
pressure will kill
underestimating the
you.
ocean's ability to massacre your mental health. And if you're curious, this video was
Oh, the
taken
depth
about
is
7,000
7,000
feet
feet.
down in the Gulf of Mexico. But considering they're
Damn.
believed to be the deepest living squids at about 20,000 feet, I have a theory. This is a juvenile, and the
Is
big
that a
boys are the
squid?
ones shacking it up down in the crotch
No,
of the
not
ocean.
squid.
The
Don't
good
lie to
news,
me,
the
it's
big fin
aliens.
probably only feeds on small
Yeah.
fish and crustaceans. Bad news, there are squids big enough to beef with the biggest predators on the planet. And the
Yep.
biggest predator on the planet that isn't a disgraced former YouTuber is the sperm whale, which on its own would have to be one of the most traumatizing things to witness during their 2-hour hunting expeditions down in the deep sea. Well, the tankiest carnivore on Earth
Wow.
regularly runs fades with
Look
the
at the
giant
size of them.
squid. And by giant, we're talking about calamari growing to an estimated 40 feet long. Not only are they
Damn.
themselves predators that hunt using 20-foot tentacles, they're opportunistic cannibals that would 100% murk their entire family reunion for some calories. Now, nature high-key screwed up their character design. They have a donut-shaped brain and an esophagus running through it, meaning if they swallow something big enough, not only do they run the risk of choking to a flatline, they can also factory reset their entire personality through severe brain damage. Which is why they mitigate this by shredding their victims with a razor-sharp beak and what is essentially a tongue with teeth, the radula. That beak is such a weapon that you'll rarely see a sperm whale that hasn't been tattooed during a struggle with a giant squid. And while the plus-size cephalopod usually loses in a war with the
Jesus.
whale, they do not make it easy. But the most disturbing thing about them is that eye. Giant squids have the most physically imposing eye in nature, with it being roughly the size of a soccer ball. Contrary to popular
What?
belief, huge eyes don't exactly help it see further, but it does mean they're terrifyingly good at
Soccer
noticing
ball.
objects giving off their own light, which is a lifesaver since when their biggest optosperm whale is on the hunt, modern-day Leviathan disturbs glowing creatures like jellyfish and crustaceans who flash in response. Having eyes as big as their heads means the giant squid can detect and use those flashes to avoid becoming a corpse. But that also means that if you ever go swimming in the Giga Squid's area code, the flashes you'd create mean that while you might not see it, the same animal that does its own kind dirty would know exactly where you are. And honestly, there's only one thing that could be worse than getting stalked by a school bus-sized headfoot. There's another squid with
That's
hunting
scary,
tactics so
but the thing
spiritually
can see
upsetting.
you, but you can see
I'm not
them.
even gonna talk
I've never
about
been
it.
to
I'm
the
gonna go
ocean
ahead
and
use
I
a
don't want to
lifeline.
go.
The Humboldt squid, also known as the red devil. I'm Lindsay, by the way. Hi.
Oh, I like her
Squids are
channel
found in the
too.
Eastern Pacific Ocean.
I've just
typically
seen this
between
video,
600
never
and
touched the
2300
ocean again.
feet below the surface of the ocean. And their nickname comes from the way they use their pigment cells called chromatophores to communicate. You're probably familiar with chromatophores through videos of different cephalopods using them to change color, blending into their surroundings, and even dreaming. And Humboldt squid notably use them to turn turn bright red when they're aggravated, hence the nickname Red Devil. It's very on brand. They're also extremely predatory and have been known to act aggressively towards scuba divers on rare occasion, which becomes a bit more terrifying when I tell you that they can get to 8 feet long and 100 pounds. Now you might be thinking, Lindsay, that is not that big. What about the giant squid and the colossal squid that can both get to like 40 feet long? Well, I haven't told you the best part yet. The Humboldt squid is known to live and hunt in groups of up to 10, no, up to 100, no, 1,000? Yes, in groups of over 1,000. 1,000 squid. That's about 990 too many if you ask me. While hunting in these groups, they use their chromatophores to communicate with each other, coordinating movements and attacks, allowing them to take down larger prey, dragging them into the depths until they go unconscious. Scientists have identified some of these communication patterns, as you can see in this little chart, but still don't know exactly what any of them mean. But regardless, that sounds like one of the worst ways to be unalived in the ocean. Oh wait, this isn't a TikTok collaboration. That sounds like one of the worst ways to die in the ocean.
So as you can see, whether it's being confronted by a Humboldt block party or squaring up with a live-action Kraken, there are many aspects of the deep sea that end up with you putting your therapist up a tax bracket. And a lot of that's because of this cute little thing known as deep sea gigantism. The idea that the cold temperature, the dissolved oxygen, and the lack of pressure from predators allow some animals to escalate to the biggest and most terrifying versions of themselves.
Not though, this is
Exhibit
fake.
A, the Japanese spider crab, which can measure 12 feet across from claw to claw and weigh as much as a human toddler. Only thing worse than a giant spider crab is a giant crab spider. This is an Antarctic sea spider, a dinner plate-sized demon spawn that hunts by sucking the life out of its prey through its proboscis. Now technically, they're not actual spiders, but also I imagine most people watching technically don't give a especially since this one looks like it identifies as a face hugger. Then there's a giant isopod, which is essentially an aquatic cockroach big enough to be cradled like a baby. No clue why you would though. And if you're looking for a truly supersized animal crossing, the oarfish should be on your list. The giant oarfish can grow to well over 30 feet long, and there have even been claims of those in the neighborhood of 50 feet. Proof that back in the day when we had stories about sea monsters, they weren't lying, they just didn't have all the names yet. Also, if you caught that pun earlier, we're friends now. But with deep sea gigantism and the endless expansive ocean acting as a canvas for Shaitan to practice his art, if you dive deep enough,
animals,
there be monsters. For example, this isn't an animal. It's a group of animals joined together in something like a hive mind. So we're not talking about it. We're talking about them.
That's a Lovecraft
and Sophonophores like
monster.
this come in many forms. Like the Portuguese man of war armed with venom to ensure that the excruciating experience of meeting one is permanently etched into your brain. And there's a Priodubia, a giant Sophonophore that can flex a total length of up to 160 feet. And even though it's a collective group of tiny animals, its length could humble a blue whale, making it technically the longest creature on the planet. Or at best, a modest second, since the bootlace ribbon worm has been reported to reach 180 feet in length. And it's toxic because the ocean, and of course it is, with nasty smelling mucus potent enough to life deprive the crabs it likes to eat. Like I said, whether it's Lucifer's tapeworm or a flying spaghetti creature, there be monsters. And it gets so much worse than a giant worm, because as terrifying as the deep sea is, it's also nasty. And there might not be anything more repulsive than the hagfish. This Lugi linguini feeds on the rotting corpses and carcasses that sink down into its domain. And since they don't have any actual teeth, the graveyard guppy feeds by sliding into an opening and eating the decomposing body from the inside out. And you would think that something that eats like a casket wouldn't have to worry about getting put on a plate itself. Again, you're giving the ocean too much credit. As self-defense, the hagfish will sweat buckets of slime, a phlegm jacket that's thick enough to clog the gills of anything hungry enough to F around and unlucky enough to find out. To the point where this is the end game of a truck transporting hagfish on the highway, crashing. Now, you've definitely seen this picture before, but have you ever stopped and asked yourself what they were doing there in the first place? You remember how I said nothing that eats like a hagfish should ever have to worry about getting eaten? Well, simple. For these hagfish, their final destination were dinner plates in Asian countries such as South Korea, where they're considered a delicacy. Now, I'm not one to judge other cultures, but we seem to have a habit of constantly trying to eat all the things nature went out of its way to tell us not to. But one thing you won't see as a main course is something ironically named after a fruit. The sea cucumber is like the hagfish in that its meal prep consists of all the things we normally flush, burn, or bury. All the soul evacuated bodies that sink down to the ocean floor instantly get put on the cucumber's grocery list. It's a literal bottom feeder, and I mean that since they'll also make a meal out of feces. But like with vultures, if Thanos had beef with sea cucumbers, the world would become an infinitely more disgusting place. That's not the only way sea cucumbers contribute to society. They're also often used as a protective bunker for fish, and well, let's just say they break in through the back door. Oh yeah, it's a violation of the highest natural order.
What the
It gets
fuck?
worse when a pearlfish decides to have a playdate right next to its prostate.
yeah.
I don't even know if they have a prostate, but you get what I mean. And if that makes you uncomfortable, here's an ad to give you time to mentally prepare for what's next. This adorable little guy is known as a basket star. It's a type of brittle star and an echinoderm, which actually makes it a close cousin of the sea cucumber. If
Oh,
you ever learned
no.
about fractals and geometry, then that's why the repeating pattern of branching arms might look familiar. It's also why the
Damn.
US is really wasting $20 billion a year looking into space, because the real ET is happening right here. Because of the unsightly way basket stars
oh
get from
gosh.
A to B, they've also earned the nickname
why he
sea
just
snakes.
put
I
it in his
feel itchy
hand?
all of a sudden. However, even though it
Oh,
looks like
that's so
something
wrong.
Lucifer would use to pleasure himself, they eat mostly zooplankton and are pretty much harmless for the most part. And honestly, that pretty much describes
With a thing
80%
like
of the
this, just
nonsense in the
don't
deep
put
sea,
me
only
in
really
there, I'm
harmful to
scared.
your peace of mind. Like take the frilled shark. Having been around for 80-something million years, not only is the frilled shark a living fossil, it's likely nature's rough draft beta version of sharks today. Also, don't let this video fool you. They can grow to a respectable 6 feet long.
like a zombie.
Also, they can be pregnant for 3.5 years, which honestly makes about as much sense as everything else down there. And in terms of your mental health, the frilled shark is pretty harmless until you look them in the mouth. The devil's fleshlight has hundreds of needle-like teeth to ensure that anything that gets caught in there doesn't get a second chance to pursue happiness. And for a shark that's been around long enough to have attended Saturn's wedding, I don't know why, but every picture of them looks like they're struggling with their own existence. Like I said though, they're not a threat to humans. But like I also said, therapy ain't cheap, so if you don't want to end up on a couch, don't look a frilled shark in the mouth. But yeah, you'd be surprised at just how many types of sharks you'll find in the same neighborhood.
Nah, your everyday
You
darkness.
have 20-foot sleeper
This
sharks that
is
are somehow able to
advanced
use stealth to just spawn and inhale
darkness.
sustenance like a water Kirby. Speaking of sleepers, in 2015, a Pacific sleeper was recorded in the Solomons Island. Why is that important? Well, its home address was right under an active volcano, proving that if any animal had plot armor, it'd be sharks. Then you have the ghost shark, which, okay, yep, you got me, isn't an actual shark, it's a close cousin known as a chimera. The ghost part though, that's on brand. They kind of remind me of the dry bones fish from Mario. The ghost Nile shark doesn't even have the teeth you'd expect it to have, but instead they have plates that they use to grind up food. But since nature's constantly
Hey, I found a
overcompensating,
video
chimeras
I
do
told-
have
I told
venomous
you
spines
about.
that are harmful to
Oh, yeah,
more
you
than
can
just
put it-
mental
you
well-being.
can put
But
it
by
in
far
chat.
the weirdest thing about them, chimeras have
I
a
trust you.
tenaculum on their forehead.
Into his chat?
Tenaculum is a reproductive organ, meaning this fish has a... Yeah, on his forehead. Venom and that aside, this fish fresh out of Tim Burton's Wet Dream is actually pretty cool looking. And I'm just gonna say it, I think they're cute, and I'm perfectly fine with standing on that hill alone. However, I don't think you'll find a single soul on this next
So
shark's
you
hill.
can see
Feast
how
your eyes on the
scary
goblin
it
shark,
is.
a demon dog-looking fish with a mouth
The
that
goblin
snaps like
shark.
nobody's business. They're rarely seen, but are known to live in oceans all around the world, at depths of up to 4,200 feet below the surface of the ocean, and are estimated to get to 18 feet long, which is really big for a deep-sea shark. You might have seen videos online of their jaws just fully ejecting from their brain case in a process called slingshot feeding. It's kind of what they're known for. Their upper and lower jaws lunge forward away from the skull,
What?
engulfing their prey. I know it probably seems ridiculous and
What
almost
the
alien, but it's
fuck?
actually not uncommon. Most fishes have jaws that aren't entirely attached. One might argue that the goblin shark is the most extreme example of this look, until you see a video of the sling jaw wrasse, who use suction feeding to
What?
snatch up their prey. They look like they have a trombone stuck in their mouth. Goblin sharks have a particularly long snout, and it's not for nothing. They have sensory structures, pores all over it, that help them locate their prey, like squid, fish, and crustaceans. And I am personally grateful I am not a squid, fish, or crustacean.
Yeah, goblin's the right word for the only shark in the world with a receding gum line. But you gotta admit, yeeting your own jaw to catch calories is pretty metal, and you're gonna find that a lot of the creatures rolling in it deep have evolved some of the most creative ways of bagging groceries. Probably the most popular is the fish that nearly turned Nemo into an orphan. The anglerfish has two defining personality traits, and one of them is that fishing lure hanging right in front of those life-canceling jaws. That light actually comes from bioluminescent bacteria shacking up inside a modified fin. So when a bite-sized light work swims up to the light thinking it just cops some easy protein, the angler ensures that some fish out there never sees its father again. The other thing anglerfish
Damn.
got clout for is their mating habits. I'm not gonna get into it, just know that if your marriage looks anything like theirs, you're gonna need both a divorce and a restraining order. And you know what? Intensive therapy on top of that, extra-friggin-diciously. Nemo's paralysis demon isn't the only
gonna
deep-sea
marry
creature to
that fish?
weaponize light. This
What the
distinguished
fuck?
gentleman is known
Who
as
gonna
a
marry that
snout-like
fish?
goose jaw, and his
Oh,
defining trait
yeah,
is that
let's
he uses
gonna
a
marry
red
that-
light to
that-
hunt, which turns out to be a massive Chico, since the longer the wavelength of a color, the less energy that wavelength
If
has,
someone
and the
married
faster it
that
gets
fish,
absorbed by
they
water.
need to think
And since
about
the color
new
red
life.
has the longest wavelength out of all of them, it's the first one to get absorbed. This is why red light can't reach the deep sea, and the animals living in the abyss that are red actually appear black, which makes it easier for them to hide from predatory smoke. But with a stoplight using red as a searchlight, it's pretty much cracked at this version of hide and seek. Not to mention, since most of the life down there can't even see red, it's able to catch bodies while also not giving up its location to predators or the prey it packs up. This fish really evolved a whole wall hack and a real life invisibility cloak. Tell me that ain't crazy. And that freakish overbite ensures that once prey is found, it's lost forever. But why hunt prey when you could just sit and wait for it to come to you? That's the entire playbook for the deep sea lizardfish. Just look at that smile. You know he's on nefarious time.
What the fuck?
And at over 2 feet long, they earned the title of being one of the premier apex predators of the deep sea. As a habitual camper, they lie waiting for life to pass them by before they lunge and use hypodermic needles for teeth to cancel it. And with apex standing for anyone providing smoke gets extinguished,
they're like, they
lizardfish
got
don't hesitate to turn their own
hypodermic
kind
needles?
into coffin
Jesus.
fodder. And with the whole point of those teeth being to hold struggling, panicking prey in place, they make sure they don't live long enough to learn from their mistake. But as much of a therapy build as Gecko Guppy's mugshot might be, it might not even be the worst headshot in the ocean. Not as long as this is still a factor. I don't know anyone who would waste the oxygen trying to defend this.
I would. Many say this is a face only a mother could love. Well, then maybe he is my son. This is the deep sea telescope fish, one of the most stunning creatures of the deep tropical oceans. They're found at depths of about 1,600 to 6,600 feet below the surface of the ocean. I can't say that normally. Surface of the ocean. And like you'll see if you look up photos of them online, they are often photographed at unfortunate angles that don't do them any justice. They orient themselves upwards, hanging out vertically in the water column, as they use their specially adapted eyes to hunt for the silhouettes of their prey. There are 2 species of telescope fish, Gigantora indica and Gigantora chuni. Don't be fooled by their genus name, which makes them sound like they're gigantic. That is not the case at all. Indica only gets to about 8 inches long and chuni a measly 6. They are just little guys. Gigantora actually translates to big tail, specifically. They are about half tail. But if they happen to latch onto a snack that's a bit bigger than their own size, that's no problem at all. They underwent a series of skeletal reductions that allow for more room to just fold it in half. That's right. They are expert folders. In 1925, scientists found a 5.5-inch long viper fish inside the stomach of a 3-inch long telescope fish. They described it as neatly folded, an incredible quality possessed by the lovely telescope fish.
Yeah, I'm sure if we gave it blistex and a hairline restoration surgery, he'd be cute, but that's just me. That being said, there's a lot of pretty dope things just chilling in the deep. Take the barrel-eyed fish, the fish with a transparent head that means it can spot objects or prey directly above it, thanks to those 2 green gummy-looking orbs that are actually its eyes. Or the ultra-rare giant phantom jellyfish, equipped with 30-foot arms that makes this ET understudy the length of a whale shark. And when I say rare, I mean this jelly's only been seen like 100 times in the history of mankind, so the fact that you're watching this right now is kind of wild. Then you have the deep-sea Dumbo octopus that copes with stress by turning itself into a ball to discourage predators from eating it. And if this right here looks familiar, yeah, right to his thighs.
Oh my god.
The vampire squid does the
my
inverse,
mind
as
is
they'll
blown.
turn themselves inside out and into their own personal panic room whenever they're pressed by a possible predator. And how about a sea pig for you? Take everything I said about sea cucumbers and forget it for a second, because honestly, they're just really cute in a way I can't fully explain. But it's not hard to see what makes this squid instant serotonin. Rosia pacifica, or the stubby squid, is actually more like a cuttlefish. It's also a cuddly fish, and it's nature's apology letter for the sheer trauma it saturated the ocean with. It's actually real, and those arts and crafts looking eyes help it catch prey on a nocturnal schedule. It's also important as an environmental indicator, since scientists will often study their responses to changes in water pH and use that to determine how polluted the water is around them, which you would think would earn this anime octopus the respect of the scientific community. Well, you'd be wrong. There's a video where some scientists found one, and let me just say, not even Hiroshima got roasted that hard. But that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you go ahead and drink water, hug your moms, go subscribe to Lindsay's channel, link will be in the description. Shout out to Lindsay for being in this video, and I'ma see y'all
violation, bro.
in the next one.
Oh, there's my mouse, dude. Holy fuck.
You gotta see this thing you're talking about.
Oh no.
All the music and all the dance you do is all the real thing. I'm gonna do some little explain. The music you hear right now is the music of the dead people.
Oh no.
They have a strict rule. Don't play this music if you don't have someone really die. If you play this music, someone will die.
Oh no.
teachers with their own musical thing, they always tell if you're still here after dark, you will see something like this, and you're not gonna like it.
Jesus.
Just think that like you guys in that room alone and you see the lady just do this to you. What you gonna do? Just run.
Did you say like this is a horror game?
Yes, it's a horror game.
I might want to play. I might play it. I don't know. I'm confused because I'm like, I see like the heads right here. Like, oh no.
Oh, that's a mannequin head. That one is mannequin head. Our country, we have so many things with ghosts in the past.
So like a lot of things about spirits. Oh shit.
Yes, a lot of things about spirits.
Hello. Oh. Oh my bad. You go ahead.
That can live in a music instrument you see right in front of you.
Ooh.
So the rule is every time we need to play that music instrument, you need to do some respect to that music instrument. So if you don't do that, you're gonna have a bad luck in that day.
Oh Jesus.
It can get up to you that have a minor injury, or the worst thing is dead in the weirdest way. It had some kid like the kid in my school in a long time ago. They play the music instrument, not the same one as this, but that kid used to be, bullied. So they were like, I don't care what it's all about. It's just a thing. Let me play.
Right.
So that kid is playing, right? So in the end of the day, he had an accident. His bike just fall down to the road, and the doctor just do some investigate how did he die. So the doctor tell nothing wrong. He just died because of the blood loss.
Oh shit.
But how do you call it? Who know about all the spirit thing? They tell his bone all broken from the inside out. His bone every bone just broke.
Ew. Ugh, that makes me hurt.
So the teacher come to the thing that gotta burn pass away people. The teacher say if this kid had some respect to the music instrument. So all the friends say he said no, he just go ahead and do some rough thing on it. So the teacher said yes, this is what happened. You not do some respect to the music instrument like 100-year-old on it.
Oh, damn. That's fucked up.
That is very fucked up. So the code you see, I send you is the dancer of the own Thai music around 15-16 years ago.
Oh shit.
But her story lived until this day.
Who?
And she the most scary ghost in our nation.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have like much of that besides Halloween.
Oh yeah, you just think like you have a Halloween, right?
Yeah.
I think at Thailand we have Halloween every night.
Oh jeez.
You can see a ghost every day. Other people just say if you have a soft mind.
I'm not sure I want to have a mental breakdown every day. Maybe once in a while.
It's a good thing that you not see something like this though.
Yeah, I mean I've been in scary things, but Oh man, that ghost every day.
Do you still remember a tsunami video I sent you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I see a ghost of a tsunami.
Your
A little
videos.
kid.
This next clip was submitted by New.
Oh jeez.
So back when I lived to my dad when we still good, right? He
Right.
lived in a naval base, so because he a soldier. So we have a private house for every soldier in there. So I go live in there, so I was a kid. It's past like 5-6 years after that tsunami accident. So I go live there with my dad, right? And I go to the second floor. Like I did tell my dad, didn't tell my mom. I just straight go to it. And I just go in the big room because oh yeah, I see a big room. I want it. I want a big room because you know I want some privacy. And just go in there and look back behind in the ladder, and I see a kid just watching me from down below, and his body was like a corpse that in the water like 1 week or 2 weeks. He just all round up and ready to burst, and his face was like a blood all over his face, and I didn't tell my mom, so I just rushed back to the first floor that my mom and my dad lived. So I didn't tell anyone yet. Back to my home, and I tell my mom like, hey, I see some kid, but his face was covered in blood. So what happened? And my mom said, are you crazy? Because this house that my dad lived had some kid die at that ladder because of the tsunami. Just with the water like that, his head it hit again that wall, that the ladder wall that I go up to the second floor, and his head just pushed to the wall with a water like that, and he died right at the ladder because my aunt at that time she in that situation, the tsunami situation, so she see everything that happened. She tried to survive by she hacking the tree, and she see every kid just get pushed by the water and die right in front of her. So when I know, I was shocked. That's the first time I see the ghost, the real one, and I see from that time I always see the ghost. I always go, and I have a feel like I have a feeling, and I know if the ghost will there, I will know.
Gee, good lord. That's
yeah,
scary.
because my arm is gonna have all the goosebumps all over it. If it have a goosebump, yeah, I can feel it. It's some spirit will be there.
Oh, that's freaky.
Oh yeah, that's freaky. Cyber as a kid is freaky.
Everything about it freaky.
Oh yeah.
Oh. I don't like it.
If I go to your house and I have a goosebump, so yeah, I can tell you it have spirit.
Oh yeah, right.
Stop by viewer Anna
Oh
Garcia.
no, I'm broken. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, your mother's broken. I always tell this story with my friend, and my friends they're like, "You're just crazy. Just go to sleep or something." Oh no, madam.
That's okay. Oh. Better? No, hold on.
There is a big dog, so that's why they're barking just so loud.
We have big dogs too. Okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah. It allegedly shows security footage of a ghost appearing around what locals
just
claim is
froze
a
for
haunted
some
well
reason.
in the small town of Orcos, Peru.
I think because of my story, and then your mother was like, "Nope, I'm out of here."
And the model's like, no, let me get out.
Oh, you can see it like that.
That'd be crazy if my model was like its own person.
Oh yeah, that's good. This is gonna be crazy.
A man seems to be sitting near the well, and then just seems to... well, I don't know actually what he does, but it's creepy as hell. But is this a ghost or just the oddest camera glitch ever recorded? You decide. Nuke's Top 5 viewer Isaac says that his uncle recently experienced something he just can't explain. Checking his Nest security camera, he saw what appeared to be a dark figure just standing in the road outside his house. But this is where things take a truly disturbing
Oh my god, is it doing
turn.
it again? Okay, there I am.
Ooh. And you just stand there.
Cars seem to pass right through this bizarre figure. So Isaac's uncle decides to go out to investigate. And things are about to get even weirder.
Even weirder.
You decide to go out? Dang, dude. Oh, and he's gone. When he's gone, he's gone.
The dark figure seems to
Feel
just
like a
disappear
Michael
as the
Mayer
man
movie, like
approaches.
he watched his
So is this
victim
something
before
supernatural
he's
watching
gone.
his house? Or just what do you think this is?
You feel like the same
Let me
thing.
know. "12 years ago, a band in Veracruz, Mexico was playing their final gig as one of their members was about to move to another town. At the time, they didn't notice anything unusual about the event at all. But later, as the guys rewatched the video of their performance, they noticed something that chills them to their core.
Oh god, your face.
Oh.
For this
still
one,
there.
there's probably no reason to ask, but did you see it? Lurking behind the TV in the right corner, a ghastly looking girl with what seems to be a pale and distorted face seems to be peeking out at the band. What's even weirder is that if we cut to different segments of the video, the strange pale girl has disappeared. The guys in the band believe that this bizarre figure might be the ghost of a friend of theirs who took her own life years earlier, perhaps dropping
the
in for
fuck?
one last goodbye at the band's final
fuck?
performance.
Oh, took her own life.
A
Yeah, I've
cry
been there.
for help.
I know how to feel.
D from the YouTube channel D's Dark Adventures travels to what is known to be the most haunted state park in Ohio, the Beaver Creek State Park in East Liverpool. The historic park is said to be a hotspot of ghostly sightings and
do you
even
know this
reports of
Huh?
mysterious creatures.
Do you know this place?
It's already
No, I
late and
don't.
very dark when Dee walks
it's just like
into
a
the woods
well-known
of the
like
park.
town.
She finds a spot to
Or
settle
like
and
city,
begins
I
to
guess, I don't
experiment
know.
with her EMF meter and a
This
spirit
might be a
box
different
app
place.
on her
If this,
phone.
I don't know if this is in
She
USA
plans to
or
test
UK.
whether the stories of supernatural
There's
activity
Liverpool,
in
there's-
Beaver Creek State
there's
Park
Liverpool
are
and
true. It did not
Britain,
go
stuff
well.
like that, and then this, I don't know,
Hopefully
this
y'all
looks like
can stay
America
out
to
now.
me.
Right myself. Anyway, I've got the EMF detector, and I'm
Definitely
gonna
America.
Is that gonna help? I'm by myself. See if I can get anything to interact with that. My old one I used to have.
And she just go by herself.
My old one I used to have. I broke. So I'm gonna try to do it this time.
This is horror movie scenario.
Oh yeah, 100%. You go to the forest alone and you can see something in the night.
What in the Guys, I was not even on. That I wasn't even on the app. I don't know how that came out of my freaking phone.
A troubling sound startles Dee as it seems to come from right where she's sitting. A little shaken up, Dee believes the sound might have come from the app on her phone, but she isn't sure and she is now freaked out. Dee decides to carefully trek back through the woods to her car and just leave. But what happens next makes her blood run cold.
So
You
dramatic.
guys, I don't want to be in here. I wanted to make a good video for you guys, but I don't know what the heck made that noise. It sounds like a dang wild cat, like a big cat, but we don't have big cats here. I don't feel good in this place, guys. I really don't know what to do. I really don't know where to go. Huh? I see a light coming from over there. No. Nope.
Is that possible? It can be another person get lost in something?
Somebody's looking for me. This is not good. I think they're trying to lure me out. There's flashlights. I don't know if you guys can see them. I don't know what to do, guys. If I move, they're gonna hear me. Help me.
What the fuck? Oh yeah.
The voice of a man can be heard yelling for help, and Dee can see flashlights in the distance. Alone and afraid, Dee doesn't trust the call for help at all, so she keeps her flashlight and hides in the darkness. Suddenly, the voice can be heard right next to her, and in terror, she just makes a run for it. Later, Dee says that she did make it home safe, and to this day, she says she still has no idea who could have been yelling for help out in the dark woods of Beaver Creek State Park at that time. Could it have been something paranormal,
I go there,
or even scarier? Were those real people
out
in the middle of the dark woods,
I don't want to go to the forest anymore.
And terrorizing her just for fun? Let me know what you think.
If you found something
We
like
need
this,
scary videos, so if you see something that you think should be on Nukes Top 5, be sure to email us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Project Fear. After the unfortunate end of their popular TV series Destination Fear, team members Dakota, Chelsea, Tanner, and Alex are back on the road to explore and investigate extremely haunted locations, this time on YouTube. With a new name, Project Fear, the team decides to go back to the old Sweet Springs Sanatorium in West Virginia.
Oh,
a place where 3 years ago they experienced things that to this day they still can't explain.
Did you know that you have passed away? What? Did you hear that moan? That was like a woman crying. Please tell me that was on. I have the chills. Did you know that you have passed away? What? Did you hear that moan?
Did you hear any of it, Chelsea?
This happened by close to my room, so I looked back and I'm like, why is Tanner over here? I was like,
Does every place need to be haunted or something?
Yeah, I believe this is where they. I think they said like a crematorium.
This location literally scarred me.
So, a little backstory. Sweet Springs Sanatorium served as a hospital for tuberculosis patients in the 1940s. It is estimated that over 1,000 people lost their lives inside the sanatorium walls. Many of these people were buried in unmarked graves behind the building. The sanatorium later served as a nursing home for the old and poor, before eventually being shut down in the 1990s. Now, not surprisingly, with a history like that, the large estate is said to be extremely haunted. Visitors have reported hearing loud, unexplained voices and screaming, and many have witnessed doors slamming shut on their own. Even creepier, some visitors actually claim to have seen ghostly apparitions, most notably that of a woman dressed in white standing in the window on the 3rd floor in room 3007. So after their visit 3 years ago, the Project Fear team is a little hesitant to return. And when they interview the current manager of the sanatorium, Cindy Harper,
for the viewers,
just makes them even more nervous.
So I have a question. So
When doing the research, you talked about how you were like thrown down the stairs at one point.
I don't normally get pushed down the stairs. That's only happened one time. But it was bad enough. Like I told you, I had bruises.
You were like thrown down. It wasn't like a couple
It was
stairs.
like the push. I was expecting to be a human attacking me. And I found no one. So I dropped all my equipment. I don't know what it looked like going down the stairs.
Your side is more aggressive than my side.
Okay. That was on the door, dude.
That was the loudest knock. This is in the middle of the day still.
That sounded like right next to my head.
While interviewing Cindy about her terrifying experiences in the sanatorium, a loud bang on the floor startles both her and the Project Fear team. But there's no one inside the building. Cut to later that day, and as darkness falls, the team decides that in order to try to provoke a response, investigator Tanner should head down to the basement all by himself.
Try to provoke.
The rest of the team explores the most haunted area of the sanatorium.
Let's just go off by ourselves.
After
That
hearing a
sounds
few
like a great
unexplained
idea.
noises, Dakota, Chelsea, and Alex begin a digital recording session inside the most haunted room. Room 3007.
So there's a whole channel
What
here
happens next shocks
filled with
the
this
whole
stuff,
team,
paranormal channel,
including Tanner, who's still
It
completely
just plays like
alone
paranormal
in the basement.
investigations like all day.
We were here several years ago exploring this building. Do you remember us?
We were here several years ago exploring this building. Do you remember us? Dude, it said I remember Tanner. Oh, I hear that. It said I remember Tanner.
I heard yes, and then there's a pause.
Yep,
I remember something.
It's Tanner.
It says Tanner, dude.
Let me play it again just to verify.
We were here several years ago exploring this building. Do you remember us? I remember Tanner, dude.
You guys sent Tanner off by himself.
It says yes. There's like a 1 second pause, and then it's a whispering, I remember Tanner.
Go for Tanner.
I'm not trying to scare you, I'm trying to give you a warning.
We were doing digital recorder.
We just go alone in there.
Debating about even like telling you this, but like at the end of the day, like it's a warning. Like we want you to know to be on like your toes.
What did I do?
When we end up meeting with you in a little bit,
I will
if
show
they
you
go
the
tell you
digital
that
recorder, the
you should come
EVP.
out of
It's
there.
freaky.
Okay, man. What the?
Because the god just remember you. That's not good thing.
I heard something.
Yo, are you okay?
Can you do that again? What the?
I thought I heard a voice, man.
Promise if it's not us, dude. And we don't hear you right now on the 3rd floor.
So it's not like the echo or anything.
I don't know what's happening, but let's go hit this part of the 3rd floor, and then we'll go to Tanner.
The team eventually finds Tanner in the sprawling sanatorium basement, and they have him listen to what they captured on their digital recorder.
We were here several years ago exploring this building. Do you remember us?
Oh, what do you hear? We didn't tell you what we heard yet.
We remember Tanner.
Yes!
Dude!
It says yes. I remember Tanner.
Do you remember us?
This is fucking weird as fuck.
Yeah. I think they should
clear, dude.
They should not be in there no more because the god just remember
Similar
him.
to what happened on their previous visit 3 years earlier, the Project Fear team finds themselves hearing clear voices, one of which seems to remember Tanner. The four friends then split up to sleep at separate haunted locations inside the building. Chelsea and Alex set up in the basement,
What a good
Tanner
idea,
on the
man.
2nd floor, and Dakota on the 3rd
This is
floor,
the
just outside haunted room 3007.
We always be doing this dumb
It
shit
goes
over
without
here.
saying that none of them slept a wink.
Yeah,
that
let's
night.
just sleep here.
All of
Why
them
not?
start to hear loud, unexplained bangs and strange noises. But Dakota, up on the most haunted third
have four
floor,
people, so
has a
let's split
unique
out and find some
experience
place to sleep.
all his
That's a
own.
good idea to get killed.
And it's downright chilling.
Whoa! Hello?
It doesn't
That's
mean
like a doorknob,
I will
like,
live in middle.
rattling. I just heard you.
In that bank, I will run as fast as I can.
Okay. I went down and explored to see if I could find like the source of that noise. I have no idea what it was. I looked in a bunch of rooms, but it literally could have came from any single door at any single.
Oh my god.
That was a girl's high-pitched voice. Hello?
Just run, just don't say hello.
I just
run.
was down there too. I was just down there. It literally could have came from any single door at any single. Any single door at any single. Can you do that again?
No.
It makes sense to hear like a high-pitched female. Where I'm at right now, with the lady in white on this floor. What the? Holy! That door just shut! That door just shut! That door at the very end of the hall just shut! I hope I caught that on camera. No way. No way.
Yeah, they just go in there to catch a bunch of shit on camera.
Yeah, that door is shut.
What?
This door.
Why didn't he just go in?
I just watched with my eyes shut. There is no one.
A disturbing voice scares Dakota out of his seat, and then a door at the end of the hallway closes by itself. Now, hundreds of commenters on the Project Fear YouTube channel believe that this door doesn't just close by itself. But look closely, and what do you think?
What the? Holy! That door is shut!
So is the Sweet Spring Sanatorium haunted by something that's strong enough to speak, slam doors, and even appear as a shadow apparition? You decide. You can watch this entire two-part investigation with many more terrifying paranormal moments over on the YouTube channel, Project Fear.
Oh my god.
Imprints. For 2 years, Eric Gunner has been experiencing relentless paranormal activity. Even stranger, the ghost of entity seems to follow him wherever he goes as he moves from house to house in Mexico. But most terrifying of all, each time Eric tries to get away, the spirit that follows him seems to become more and more aggressive. So, just like many nights in the past, Eric and his little dog Bean are woken up by the sound of loud banging on his bedroom door. This time Eric is prepared with a flashlight and a camera, intending to capture evidence of the hell that he's been living through.
And the doggo.
It's such a cute baby.
Eric's dog sniffs around and seems to be a little shaken up by something that Eric can't see. Eric decides to leave the little dog safe upstairs in his bedroom while he checks the house.
Good call, good call.
Yep, don't risk the dog.
¿Hay alguien aquí? A ver, espera. ¿Hay alguien aquí? Escuché como si me hablaran. No sé si se alcanzó a escuchar una voz. Se lo juro que no sé si se alcanzó a escuchar una voz. Uy. Sentí como si me soplaran en la nuca, no sé. Como si me hicieran así como... Mejor ya no pregunto eso.
Eric says he felt something blow on the back of his neck, and his camera actually captures the sound when it happens.
Uy. Uy. Uy.
Eric has only been downstairs for 6 minutes when he suddenly notices something downright creepy.
No manches. Está viendo lo que yo. Y no solo eso, Ahí en el refri tenía una foto de mi mamá. Ahorita no me fijé en el video, pero pues antes de irme a dormir ahí la tenía. No está. Ni tampoco está la cruz. ¿Qué pedo?
A cross hanging on the living room wall and a photo that was hanging on the fridge only 6 minutes earlier are now mysteriously gone. What makes this so creepy is that Eric has barely moved and has been standing in the same general area for the entire 6 minutes. No one could have snuck in and taken the cross and photo without being noticed, or at least making a sound. But it's what happens next that is truly terrifying.
Jesus. I would move. I would definitely move.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a hand. Oh God, it's a hand. Don't open it. He's just waiting there. Don't open it.
Ay, chinga tu madre. Mami.
Two little childlike hands press up against the glass windows and door. When Eric gets closer, a bizarre face emerges from the darkness. Eric has had enough. He runs back upstairs to his dog Beans and doesn't sleep for the rest of the night.
Ay, chinga tu madre.
I can't sleep either.
Just under the surface, a group of fishermen in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico are returning home late one night when they spot something very strange beneath the water's surface.
Mira, prendí y apagó. Submarino.
It's a light.
No acercarme mucho.
Yeah, no, güey.
Wow, mira eso. Uy, me acerqué.
A strange bright blue light seems to be strobing in uneven bursts beneath the ocean waves. The guys head in for a closer look And this is when things start to get really weird.
Mira, empezó en el puente y está en la boya, era la boya. El puente está a mano izquierda, a mano izquierda. Mira eso, mira eso, mira. Mira, mira eso. Hay algo ahí. Mira algo ahí. Míralo.
It's like people walking there.
Si no quieres saber, dale. Dale. Dale.
Quiero saber,
no quiero saber, dale. Dale. ¿No crees que yo vi algo? No. Dale. Mira ahí. Sí, eso. Subió. Wow.
Something dark and humanoid can be seen breaching the surface of the water and moving through the strange blue light. When the video was shared to the internet, many viewers' first thoughts were that it could simply be a diver. But others were quick to point out that there are no boats nearby. So where would a diver come from? And
He just went out
the
diving.
oddly-shaped figure doesn't seem to be wearing a diving tank. Finally, the figure seems to swim upright, almost as if it is somehow walking quickly through the water. The bizarre clip went viral on the internet, with many viewers suggesting that this humanoid figure could be anything from a creature to an alien or even a mermaid.
Mermaid?
But what do you think this is? Let me know down in the comments. 2 years of terror. Over the last 2 years, Lauren Combs from Waco, Texas has been experiencing terrifying, unexplained activity
Waco, Texas.
in and around her home.
Oh no, my model. Oh, never mind, there it is.
Your mother just keeps the dog.
Did you do that?
Oh, right in front of them.
After posting her videos, Lauren disappeared from social media for 9 months before she finally returned with an update. Lauren says that over the last month, she's been feeling ill and drained of energy and having a very hard time. But strange things continue to happen around her home. One night as Lauren is on the phone with her boyfriend on her front porch, something happens that is truly bizarre.
Hey, when you come over? I gotta wait for my work clothes to dry. Okay, I'm hungry. I understand that. I can't just not leave without my work clothes. Okay, that's fair. Well, do you want me to just make something here? What do you have? I mean, like pizzas or maybe chicken nuggets, nothing crazy. Do you have ranch at your house? No. Can you bring your ranch? Can you bring mine? Dude, my f***ing door just closed. Is that the fucking sound? Yes. And it's locked. I just got locked out of my house.
That's
Yes,
a normal
nobody's
couple
here.
conversation turned into something scary.
Yeah, I always.
Luna! Luna's inside by herself.
Some pizza or some chicken nuggets.
Hang on. Baby? Hello? Oh, shit, she's nudged.
Lauren's front door suddenly slams shut,
they can live
locking
here for
Lauren
2
out of her
years
home with her
without
dog
losing their
still
mind.
somewhere inside, all alone. Lauren panics and hurries around her house to get inside through her back door. As she enters, then that door suddenly slams shut as well, and her doorbell begins to ring over and over all by itself. Lauren says that she eventually found her dog mysteriously trapped in the back room. The dog was a little shaken up, but otherwise, he was completely fine.
Aww.
Now, cut to 2 months later. One night when Lauren is in bed, she is woken up by her dogs a little after midnight. What happens next is downright chilling.
Come here. Sit. Come here. Can't see.
What is that, the red thing there? Is it something? I don't know. It's a red.
I don't know.
Someone knocks on Lauren's window, but when she opens her window to look into her backyard, there's no one there. Then as she turns, she hears an odd growl near the open window that makes her scream. But did you see it? Right after Lauren screams and wildly pans her camera back towards the window, something odd can be seen right outside just below the windowsill, but only for a brief second. Who or what is this? After this incident, Lauren hasn't been back on TikTok. But there is one important thing to be learned here, and that is, if someone or something pecks on your window in the middle of the night, don't open it. Like, why? Why would you?
Open it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already subscribed, do it now, and then also turn on all notifications so you never miss a video. You can also follow me on the socials and just say, hi there, Nuke. Anyway, hopefully I will see you next video. The Florida Phantom.
The Florida
Late night,
Phantom.
around 3 a.m., a family in Florida is alarmed when the Ring video camera
What,
detects
Oreo?
movement in the backyard. When they check the footage,
You wanna come
things
sit?
take a very creepy turn.
Oreo.
Oreo.
Come here. Come here. He's stretching first.
Can you hear me?
I think so. Oreo, come on. Okay, you're stretching. Your stretch is over. Come on. Oreo, come here. Come here. Come here.
Oreo, come here.
Come here. Okay, I gotta help him up.
The hammock in their backyard flips over as what looks to be an eerie smoke-like figure seems to fly right through it.
Aw.
Now, normally I would try to take a closer look at this and find some
Yeah, he's on
simple
that lap.
explanation for a capture like
Licking
this.
my fingers.
Smoke, mist, a bug on the lens, and so on. But this strange figure seems to hold its shape and appears to have a face,
can hear me.
torso, and 2 outstretched arms as it floats along and out of sight.
Spooky.
Even creepier, it then seems to return and can be seen moving in the other direction further down in the backyard.
Oreo.
Now,
He's
if it
so
was the
cute.
wind and
He's
just
on-
smoke or mist,
he's
then
hanging
surely it
out.
would have changed form as it moved or dissipated completely. And also, the hammock moving as the figure passes through it is just weird. So is it real? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
An elaborate
Don't
hoax.
look up. Japanese paranormal investigator Takeuchi from the YouTube channel Takeuchi Camera sets out to investigate a long-abandoned house that at one time
not a
was
Japanese
flooded
ghost,
and
it's
partially
always-
submerged. He has no
These ones
idea
are
what
always
happened to
freaky.
the owners of the
Yeah.
house or why it was left abandoned. So, Takeuchi immediately finds it extremely odd that there are no stairs leading up to the house's attic. He brings in a ladder so that he can investigate the inaccessible upper floor.
He's prepared.
Takeuchi climbs the ladder with his camera and takes a peek into the attic. What happens next is truly terrifying.
I would just say, well, shit, looks like we're not going up there. There you go, Oreo.
Oh, just a feed.
He's on my arms. He's sleeping on my arms.
Oh. I wanna pet him.
He's adorable. It's very dusty.
うわ、なんでしょう。うわ。
Takeuchi's camera captures two extremely pale, childlike feet standing on the upper attic floor. But as the investigator climbs up, he doesn't appear to see anything with his own naked eye. And when he pans the camera back around, the creepy little feet have disappeared. While looking through the attic, the light on his camera suddenly turns off.
この屋根裏部屋にね、なんて言うんですか。あ、え？あ？ちょっと待って。
Oh no, the lights turn off.
ちょっと待って。ライト消えた。え？これ始まってる？難しい。ライト消えてる。なんで？ライト。あ、ついた。何やったん今の。どういうこと？また消えた。
I thought when the lights turn off, the ghost is gonna be right in front of the camera.
マジ？ちょ待って。ちょっと待って。ちょっとオンにもう一回試してみようか。マジ？ちょっともう一回オンにしてみます。全然あかんわ。ちょっと帰ろう。
With an unreliable light, Takeuchi decides to just end his investigation right then. But did you see it? After sitting in the darkness for a bit, Takeuchi's light comes back on for about 2 seconds. And those same pale, unexplained legs can be seen again, this time moving quickly out of sight.
My God.
The investigator had no idea what he had captured until he reviewed his footage later at home. So did Takeuchi capture the spirit of whoever used to live in the creepy abandoned house? Could the previous owners have met a tragic fate during a dangerous flood? Let me know what you think. You can watch this entire terrifying investigation over on the YouTube channel Takeuchi Camera. The Night Visitors. This next video is a bit of a mystery as there is no source. The only info I found is that the footage was allegedly captured by a residential security camera somewhere in Vietnam. So, a woman hears strange sounds coming from outside her home. She goes to check out the odd noises, and this is when things start to get really weird.
Yeah, it's always weird about the ghost with the Asian side. It's always weird, don't worry.
Oh, damn.
A small figure about the height of a toddler can be seen running off into the shadows, but another small figure can be spotted just outside the gate. Whatever it is seems to throw some kind of dust or sand over the fence at the confused and horrified woman. Now, it's unknown what is thrown, and without a source, it's impossible to know just what the hell is going on here. But viewers of the video believe that the woman had an encounter with some kind of small creatures, or possibly even spirits. But what do you think? Let me know. We need scary videos, so if you see anything that you think would be perfect for the top 5, send it to us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Ghosts of Carmel, Maine. Over the last 5 years, Kent Burris has made it his mission to document and record everything abnormal that happens in his home, the Lamb House in Carmel, Maine. Kent says that his house is haunted by multiple spirits who regularly make themselves known through banging, bizarre EVPs, and often even manifesting as visible apparitions.
Spirit.
Now, I've featured Ghosts of Carmel, Maine on Nuke's Top 5 many times through the years, so if you're a regular viewer, the channel should seem familiar.
Oh, yeah,
one
I think
afternoon
I have
after Ken
seen
has
some
just
of this
come home
one
from
before.
work, his grandson starts to complain that there are strange noises
Oh,
coming
you
from
see before?
upstairs.
Yeah, like,
just in case,
not
Kent
this
grabs his
one,
camera
but, like, one
as
of
he
this
goes
guy's
to
videos.
investigate. What happens
Oh.
next is absolutely unnerving.
Fortnite.
As Kent is about to step inside the upstairs bedroom, a dark figure
dang,
leaps
right in front
out
of face.
toward him, and then the bedroom door just slams shut on its own. Kent believes that it was his wife who slammed the door, possibly because she was getting dressed and didn't want to be on camera. He goes back downstairs where his grandson tells him that his wife isn't in that bedroom at all, but in a completely different room.
No, I thought that was you up in the bedroom. Sorry.
Kent confirms that his wife isn't in the bedroom, and then he goes back upstairs to find an explanation for the door slamming in his face. Did you see it? What appears to be the same dark shadow figure can be seen inside the bedroom as Kent pans around the room. But when Kent flips the light on, there's nobody there. So did Kent capture even more paranormal evidence in his home? I leave that up to you to decide. You can watch all of Kent's captures and recordings over on his YouTube channel, Ghosts of Carmel, Maine.
Damn.
Creeper. Adrian Montenegro and his family are spending some fun family time together on the Cerro de la Silla mountain in the city of Monterrey, Mexico. But then something very weird happens.
What's over there?
No bajes los pies.
Or just walk away.
The family didn't see or hear anything at the time, and they have no idea who or what this mysterious figure is or what the person was doing. Whoever or whatever it is appears to be watching the family, being careful about maneuvering around in the dark so as not to be seen. So the question is this a paranormal event caught on camera? Or worse, is it a person creepily watching the family from the edge of the darkness? You decide.
Jesus.
Passing through. This next video was sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Shahar from Israel. Shahar says in her email that one night she and her friends were hanging out in the woods near her house, just having fun and filming some random videos. Then something very odd happens that they still can't explain to this day.
די, די. עד עכשיו השמצת אותי, כן? נמאס לי. בוא תגיד להם את האמת מאחורי הוולוגים.
חברים, אני לא משוחד.
תגיד את האמת בלי לשקר.
אני באמת נהנה, באמת, שלא תבינו, רק אל תרביצי לי, סתם לא. אני באמת נהנה. אני באמת נהנה.
אימא'לה.
The three friends are completely unaware as a strange translucent white figure seems to float right by them. Then Shahar's friend spots a dark shadowy figure off to the right. They all look and they see what they describe as, quote, a black shadow running off into the woods. Shahar explains that the white figure caught on camera earlier was moving in the same direction where they spotted the black shadow a moment later. When they play back the footage, the group is pretty freaked out.
No way.
They cut the camera and just head home. School's out. Popular urban explorer Chris from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill sets out to explore the old Robert Fulton Elementary School in Cleveland,
An
Ohio.
elementary school?
The school was built
Shit.
back in 1929, and after a decline in student enrollments, it eventually closed in 2011. In the dark of night, Chris finds a way inside the old school. He plans to capture on video the remains of what used to be a stunning historic interior. But almost immediately, Chris starts to find signs that he might not be alone inside the
I
abandoned
don't get
school.
it. No. My plan did work.
Homeless people been here.
So I see you're not the people that get easily scared, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I get scared. That's why you don't see me play horror games often. I just get scared.
Yeah, I can see when you play fast moving.
As Chris continues
yeah,
to
I can
explore the
see
massive
pretty much.
building, he definitely starts to
Resident
suspect
Evil's
that there might
different.
be
It's not,
someone
it's not
else
like that.
inside.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah,
I play all the
it's
Resident
different.
Evils, but
This will make a good thumbnail.
not ghosts. This is intense. These are intense.
Why's that door like that?
Very intense.
Sometimes, like, when I watch TikTok on my phone when I'm just chilling, you know, like, there's people live, like, exploring these.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're just streaming them walking in a weird, you know, in one of these weird locations. Like,
Chris finds a door that seems to have been blocked off with no way to enter. So the explorer finds a way around it by entering through the classroom next door. And this
It's the
is
same
when
thing over
things
here before
take
I do
a
some
terrifying
scary
turn.
live stream.
that's a blunt. It looks like a blunt.
Yeah, somebody's been.
Like somebody's like rolling some green stuff.
What? What did he say?
Water.
Not a water bottle. I think it's scream at him.
Chris gets a little too close to someone that seems to be hiding in one of the rooms
is a
inside the
close
school.
peep.
Chris makes a run for it, and luckily the
They're
stranger
probably homeless
doesn't
and
seem
living
to
in there.
follow. But that's not all that happened during Chris's exploration, because not long after he entered the abandoned building, he captured something on camera that he didn't even see at the time. Did you see it? All the way in the back of the hallway, someone can be seen walking into one of the classrooms. After watching the footage back, Chris now wonders if he was being watched and followed by some creeper the entire time that he was inside the school.
Highly
And
possible.
once again, this is why I always say real people are way scarier than anything paranormal. You can watch this entire exploration and many more over on the YouTube channel, Urbex Hill. The Unwanted Roommate. TikTok user username Who0 moved into a new apartment in Poland, but soon after he got settled in, he says that he began to experience strange poltergeist activity. These are a few of the scarier encounters that he was able to capture.
What a name.
So, one night Who0 is startled from his sleep.
Ej, tak chyba od pół godziny cały czas mi coś nawala w drzwi.
Who0 goes to check a violent pounding at the door, but there's no one there. His bedroom door slams shut behind him, and when he opens the door again, a chair that had been sitting all the way behind the door frame violently slides across the floor right in front of him.
Oh my god.
Cut to another night, and Who0 is once again not getting any rest in his haunted apartment.
Hej, ogólnie to od jakiegoś czasu cały czas coś, właśnie takie dziwne hałasy.
When the light turn on and off.
Dole, co to? Jak? Co to?
This is like in Phasmophobia, there's water turn by itself.
A bottle in the hallway smashes to the ground, the lights flash, and when Who0 goes to check, the bathroom faucet is just running on its own. Even creepier, the light in the hall mysteriously seems to just keep turning off, and the bathroom door slowly creaks open by itself. At this point, Who0 has started to get fed up with the strange paranormal activity in his apartment, but it's about to get even worse. Who0 decides to just lock his door and try to ignore the noises in his hallway, watching a movie on his laptop. But whatever is in the apartment does not seem to like it at all.
Oh God.
Hej! Ja pierdolę!
The doorknob to the room can actually be seen moving, but when Who0 ignores the knocking, the pounding on the wood becomes violent. And now it's a little later the same night, and the pounding on the door comes back yet again. Who0 has had enough, He decides to charge out into the hallway to confront whatever is there. It did not go well.
Kurwa, znowu. What the f? Whoa!
Whoa.
Kurwa!
All hell breaks loose and Who Zero runs back to his bedroom to escape. But his recording cuts short just as his own bedroom door slams shut right in his face, now locking him out. Since these videos were recorded, username Who Zero has deleted his TikTok account.
Damn.
Rumors around the internet maintain that the activity in his apartment only got worse, and he just decided to move out. It is claimed that Who Zero deleted his TikTok page because he believed that the negative energy from the videos might follow him to his new home. But everything's on the internet forever. Again, that is all just rumor. So are these videos real? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Damn.
You decide. Guess in the Graveyard. Popular paranormal investigator Frank from the YouTube channel
why do they
Franco
always do
TV
this?
travels abroad to Trujillo,
They
Peru
always
to
go to
investigate
these.
an allegedly
They always go to
severely
these obviously haunted
cemetery.
locations.
The site is located in a very dangerous area of the city, so it's not
What did they
surprising
think?
that
They
Frank
got
is
good
a
to
little
graveyard, gonna
nervous
see
to
a
be
happy
there.
thing? No.
He keeps his eyes open for any suspicious activity, especially any dangerous people. It's dark out and getting very late when Frank begins his investigation, and it's not long before he spots exactly what he was afraid of.
What's that? There's people. Did they do something illegal there?
I could barely see with this. I'm gonna have to get a little bit closer.
Nah, there is some culture thing.
Right now, I'm hiding behind a tomb area. The location where I was just at is further, way up there. I'm not sure if you guys could see it, but it's just way up there. It's not. But I'm not seeing any signs of movement. They're still there in the dark. I'm just kind of waiting here. Wait, I got movement over there. Look, they're leaving. 1, 2, 3, 4.
A group of people seem to perform some kind of odd cryptic ritual inside the graveyard.
Yeah, that's fucking
After
weird.
they finally leave, Franco checks out the
weird.
spot where the group had gathered. He discovers what looks like a voodoo doll along with candles and other seemingly sinister objects. But then, strangely, Franco suddenly begins to hear the sound of laughter coming from somewhere amongst the graves. What happens next is downright chilling.
Downright chilly.
What the hell is that? Hola? Hola? What was that? Hola? Holy, I literally saw something peeking out at me right over here.
Someone can be seen staring at Frank from behind a mausoleum, but when he quickly hurries over to check, there's no one there. Horrified by what he just experienced, Franco no longer feels safe and decides to just call it a night. Now, could it be that this terrifying encounter had something to do with the unknown ritual that the strange group performed? And are the stories true that the cemetery is truly haunted? Let me know what you think. You can watch this entire investigation over on the YouTube channel, Franco TV. Sighting. One seemingly ordinary night a few weeks ago, the Las Vegas Police Department received a very bizarre emergency phone call. An audibly upset young man related a very frightening encounter that was allegedly taking place right in his own backyard.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we terrified of it.
So there's 2 people or 2 subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it, and big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Las Vegas resident Angel frantically calls 911 after he and his brother hear something
what do you
huge
think is gonna be
fall
there?
from the sky and land right in their backyard. The impact is so loud that it actually creates an audible shockwave. The 2 brothers then find tall creatures they can only describe as, well, aliens. Now, normally the police would consider such a crazy call to be nothing more than a prank. But police officer Evelyn from the Las Vegas Police Department actually sees and captures something on her body camera that makes the officers take the call much more seriously.
Give a promotion to her. Let's go there.
I don't know. No, that's not.
Oh, this is Las Vegas?
I will be hiding.
Yeah, this is Las Vegas.
Damn.
I like how they got distracted.
An unidentified object emitting green light falls from the sky above Las Vegas just before Angel and his family call 911. So, 2 Las Vegas patrol officers respond to the call.
Oh, I don't know. I'm so nervous right now. I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
Me and my brother, we just looked. Did you see it?
Huh?
Did you see it?
Yeah, me and him saw it.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard, or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
Can we go that side? I want to speak to you. Yeah, we can go look. No, any dogs or anything?
No, please can you check because these kids is not gonna let me sleep tonight.
Oh yeah, I bet. I wouldn't be sleeping either.
The good thing is our police officer had a body cam to record everything.
I don't believe in it, but what I saw right now, I do believe in it. I got scared, like... you guys don't, you guys seem legit scared, so I don't blame you.
Did you see it? No? I'm kind of curious now. I want to know if there's aliens.
I went with the iPhone. I say, maybe I want to record something.
Where did they go?
Well, they say that... I'm not sure.
Do you have a dirt backyard? Can you show me if there's a...
Now, the backyard has been blurred out from the police body cam footage before release. And the police say that this is for, quote, privacy reasons. And I'm not gonna put on a full tinfoil hat for this, but I've never seen police footage blurred out like this, especially when the residents have already given permission. But who knows? And anyway, the officer doesn't find anyone or anything on the family's property. Now, with everything that has transpired that night, the 2 officers are a little freaked out, but they still crack a few jokes with the family before leaving.
All right, man. We appreciate you calling. Give us a call if you see anything else, okay?
Some aliens.
I know. Legit, bro.
Well, wait. If those 9-foot beings come back into your backyard, you call the police and we'll come back here. Okay?
No, hey. If those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
This strange story was picked up by the local news and went absolutely viral as millions of viewers watched the footage and wondered whether extraterrestrial beings had
If the
crash
police say
landed
that,
into
I'm
this
gonna be
Las Vegas
considered
backyard.
scared.
But the story goes even deeper because there were multiple eyewitness
You
reports.
say if you say
and
the alien
homeowner
come back,
Jessica
he's not gonna
Germanis
come
shared
here.
her ring
Man,
camera
that's
footage
scary.
that also captured the bizarre object falling from the sky. Since the original news report went viral, Angel has went public and shared his story on YouTube and social media, along with a video that his brother took shortly before calling 911.
With Romanian?
¡Ay! ¡Permisar! Calmunarela, me canceles var eso. Kylo, cherro, que chili. Kylo, cherro. Kylo.
Now, Angel claims that they could see a tall, skinny, alien-like creature behind the forklift. And many viewers of the footage swear that they can see a creature hiding in the darkness in this video.
Let's slow it down, and I want you to look at the lower right in the fence. You can see some motion there. And at first, I thought it was shadows, but as you look closer, you can actually see there are 3 points. There's sort of a triangle, and there's actually something, you can see it's breaching the fence. It's like a hand. Look out beyond the section I highlight here. You can see a sort of a shadow get smaller, like it's getting behind that forklift, and then a light turning on, or an eye, or whatever it is.
But I honestly don't see anything here other than maybe some heavy video compression and flashlight shadows. However, the family's reaction does seem genuine, and they seem to be terrified of something they're seeing in their backyard. Along with the captured footage of the object falling from the sky at the exact same time, it does make you wonder
Is he
just
right?
what
It
happened
does.
that night. Is it aliens? Or just some crazy
Crazy
Let me know
shit.
what you think. Thanks so much to everyone for 4 million subs. Never thought we would get here, and I owe it all to you.
These are
And
good.
If you haven't subscribed yet, maybe
He's
subscribe. Maybe hit the notification bell so you don't miss a video. I mean, it's just a suggestion.
I mean, it's just a suggestion. You know, no
Top
biggie.
20 scariest TikTok ghost
I
videos
gotta
of the
recommend
year.
video from her
Hiding
again. It
in the
starts
dark.
again. No.
TikTok user Pershka recorded a quick video intending to show her noisy ice machine on TikTok. But when
Why
she was
she
about to
always
post
us?
it,
I don't
she
know.
noticed something truly chilling.
Dude, the scary ice machine.
Can I say it to you?
Huh? Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna check
I
something.
got recommended like 2 times now.
No, not that, damn it.
Alright, I say it to you. Oh no, something went wrong.
Okay, never mind. It was like popping up with a bunch of, I don't know. It was popping up with a bunch of like notifications earlier, so.
Woe upon
Oh
thee,
my
taste
god.
Thank you, Red God of the Sun. Thank you for the soup and your curse. Now what's gonna happen to me? What else are you gonna do to me, puppy? What else are you gonna do to me, baby? Be quiet! Shut up! Okay?
Oh my god.
I don't know. She always asks to me.
Yeah, all the time.
I think she bought that video too. It's kind of I don't know what to say.
What are you guys doing? They're being weird over there. Camping with ghosts.
Oh no, it's raining again.
Rain. Yeah, it's raining here too.
It's just like raining all day now.
Usually the first level or area in a game is the easiest. It's trying to teach you how to play, it's trying to give you the mechanics of the game, but that's not always how it works. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the 10 toughest opening levels in video games, Part 2. So,
Part
like
2.
I said, this is Part 2. We've already done one of these, and I think that the first video is pretty good. If you're interested, we touched on Little Nightmares, Neo, Nier Automata, Devil May Cry 3, Spelunky 2, Out of This World, The Witcher 2, Ninja Gaiden Black, Ghosts and Goblins, all the From Software games, and of course, Driver 1. So let's get
Driver.
going with round 2.
Oh my
starting
god, I
off
used to play
at number
Driver.
10. This is a nice recent one, Resident Evil Village.
I
It
played
takes
this
a
whole
while to
game.
get there, but the opening to the 8th mainline entry in Resident Evil, it pulls no punches. Once
Nope.
you actually get to the titular village, things kick off.
No, they got the
with
third person
the brutal
mode on.
gauntlet of enemies that
I beat
attack
it
from
all
just
in
every direction.
one person
And
or
at
first
this point,
person.
you've only
Yeah,
fought one
same.
enemy. Suddenly,
First
the game is
person.
just gonna throw everything it's got at you. It's a real wake-up call that seems like it's supposed to
Third
be
person
impossible.
was kind of
and
weird to me. I
actually
don't
it
know.
is.
It's
It
not a
triggers
thing for
cutscene that ends the
IE
whole
series.
siege.
Yeah.
And it takes an excruciatingly long period of time, usually well after running out of healing supplies and ammo. On normal, this part's tough, but on harder difficulties, this is easily the hardest part to get through. Nothing else even comes remotely close to it. Resident
Nope.
Evil 4 was the first game to start out with a siege moment, and that whole segment's pretty infamous in its own right. Resident Evil 5 does the same thing, only this time it was worse if you're playing solo, because you have to worry about your AI partner too. That makes that starting buddy even more frustrating. Resident Evil games just love to start off with a challenge, and Village, it may be the toughest yet, and perhaps one of the most interesting too. At number 9 was Resistance 1. You ever remember the opening to this game? This isn't exactly the most famous of the PlayStation exclusives, but it's a pretty fun series with some cool weapons. Even if in the first game it takes a little while to get them. While the first game looks a lot like your standard Call of Duty style FPS, it's actually a bit of a more old school game. It's got a full weapon wheel and health pickups. The health system in the game is actually pretty great. You have a regenerating health meter you can recover to certain thresholds, so you're not completely screwed. It sounds probably like a lot of unnecessary explanation, but here's the thing. On the first level, you
right.
don't get that. You can't heal, like, at all. I remember playing this game and feeling like I was doing something wrong, or that the game bugged out or something, because I would keep taking damage in this opening part, and there were no health packs, and you didn't regenerate. So it's like, what's going on? Turns out I just suck. But even with the relatively easy enemies at the start, they could shred your health to nearly nothing, so having no way to recover really sucked. Of course, it's only like that in the opening part of the first level, thankfully. It's not even for the entire level, but it does stick out as strange for first-time players. It feels wrong, and it's a pretty weird way to start the game. Still, end of the day, pretty short segment. If you force your way through it, the rest of the game is relatively smooth sailing. It's hard, but it seems a lot more fair after that beginning. At number 8 is Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast.
Oh,
This is a
shit,
great
I love
game.
Star
The
Wars.
opening level does not do it any favors. Like, it's set in this ugly gray Imperial base with the wimpiest of pistols
Yes, you
ever
do.
in an FPS. A blaster that can't
I have,
shoot
like,
straight.
all the
You deal
movies
with this
but two
army
over
of
there.
stormtroopers who all, I guess, went to marksmanship school, unlike the entire rest
have all of
of
them?
the stormtrooper
Huh?
army. Like, these guys are crack
You
shots.
have all of them?
And
Yeah, I
can't
have
hit
the-
broadside of a
I have the
barn. You'd think that
prequels.
this game would start you out with a
I have
lightsaber
the
beat like
original
Jedi Knight 2
trilogy,
all.
and
But
then I
no,
have
you gotta
2 of the
slog
new
through
movies, and
multiple
then I
levels
got
without it, all
2
while
like
dealing with
other
a deficit
movies.
of healing and ammo,
I
just to
got
really
Rogue
drive home
One.
how useless you are
That's
without
what,
your
I think that's
precious
one of my
laser
favorite
sword.
ones.
The first level, again,
Oh,
slog,
wow.
plain and simple. Even on normal, it's rough, and you can quick save and quick load like a madman, hoping you get some lucky hits with the terrible blaster. The The game doesn't get a lot easier, but it gets a lot more fun once you finally get the lightsaber and your force powers back. And number 7 is
Lightsabers
The Evil
are so
Within.
cool.
First hour or so of this game is just relentless. It's total chaos. Starts off with this tense sneaking section where you have to get past this
Oh,
insane
yeah,
butcher,
this fucking
this
game.
trap-filled hallway you have to run through, and then you actually properly start the game, which drops you into this relatively open rural village environment filled with enemies, and you don't really have any ammo or supplies. At this point in the game, you're basically useless too. You're slow, you barely have any health, and the revolver is awkward and slow to use. It's like if
Mhm.
Resident Evil 4 opened the same way, but now you have almost no ammo at all, and you have to figure out how stealth works at the same time. It's completely overwhelming, and you pretty much always die a few times just trying to figure this game out. There's not really a whole lot to this. It's just a really tough segment. It gives you almost nothing, and you can't use anything to your advantage, really. So you have to rely on these basic, yet pretty unforgiving stealth mechanics. If you have the fortitude to make it through the opening of Evil Within, the rest of the game really shouldn't be that big of a problem. And number 6 is Deus Ex. The original one really wanted to give players an RPG experience and an FPS. When you start off weak and become a walking death machine by the end of the game, you know, that type of thing.
Yep,
In most RPGs, you start off like fighting rats, not a terrorist army, you know, one that's taking over the Statue of Liberty. That's what you do, though. And at the start of the game, you're almost completely useless.
The
Aiming
Statue
takes
of
forever.
Liberty,
You're
oh my
slow. Enemies
God.
can spot you a mile away. Only a couple of shots will kill you. The only weapons you start off with is a shock baton, only effective at close range. Takes a couple hits to even knock a single enemy out, and a tranquilizer crossbow that requires a headshot to take
The
an enemy
way
out.
that gets
Oh, and
shot
boy, does
is
that
funny.
thing just take an absolute eternity to aim. But at least it is quiet, and a pistol which can kill guys well enough, I guess. But if you fire it, then every enemy in the area comes running. It's a brutal enemy that scared away a lot of potential players. Getting through the first level was the biggest hurdle into getting into this game. But once you do, it's kind of a smooth ride, you know? What makes Deus Ex unique is how the developers almost went all overboard with how weak you are at the start. Like, it can't be overstated just how slow you aim starting out. It is painful. Like, watching somebody aim in this game is like, go faster, do it faster. But you can't do it faster. Once you get some experience points, it's a better equipment. The game gets way more fun, though. And number 5 is Pokemon Yellow. I know
Oh,
most people are pretty
shit.
used to thinking that the Pokemon games are
Oh
pretty
my God,
easy,
yeah, this
especially at
one.
the start, but Yellow's not. It was released after Red and Blue to capitalize on the popularity of the Pokemon
I don't have a
anime
Game
and
Boy, so
Pikachu
I
in
just
general.
hear, so
And
I
the
don't
game's
know
pretty much
much.
identical to Red and Blue, except for one crucial
Oh, you don't
thing.
know much
You do
about
not pick a
Pokemon?
starter, you start with
Yep.
Pikachu.
I
Which is not
didn't
really
know
a
much about it
problem
because
for Route
when I was
1
a
in
kid,
the
I
opening of the
didn't
game,
play
but
a
it's
game,
big
so
problem
they want me
against
to
the first gym
go
leader,
crazy about
Brock.
the game, so
Brock
they,
is a rock type
they
trainer,
did
which
brought
rhymes
any
with his
game
name and
console
makes
for me.
perfect sense. And rock type Pokemon
They,
can quickly, or at
man,
least
this made
mostly
so much
immune
money.
to
I think they're the
all of
top.
Pikachu's attack. Don't know
Like
why.
they're the top.
Perhaps it was for the
like,
heck of it, for
franchise
fun,
ever.
just
I
to see
think.
how everybody dealt with it. But the most popular Pokemon is completely useless against the first
I
boss
get
in the game.
to
That was what they
sneak
decided to
my
release.
way to
So
the
your only option
internet
was
cafe
to capture
place to
different
play the
Pokemon,
game.
train them up to fight Brock, which turns the
And
opening
when they
hours of
caught
this
me,
game
they're
a lot
gonna
more
beat the
tedious than
shit
Red
out
and
of
Blue.
me
Like in
every
Red and Blue,
time.
if you pick
Oh my
Charmander at the start,
God.
you would run into the same problem facing Brock, but none of the Charmander attacks are straight up useless against Brock's Pokemon.
It's kind
They're
of
just weak.
abusive.
So for whatever
for me,
reason,
you
they
know?
Yeah,
decided
I
to make
gotcha.
Pikachu the objectively worst Pokemon starter in maybe the entire series, just because they didn't change who the starting trainer was. Like, you could have just made it Misty and it saved everyone a lot of pain, but it didn't. And number 4, Sonic 2. And I am not talking about Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for Sega Genesis. No, we're talking about Game Gear Sonic 2. Like, for anybody who had the misfortune of having a Game Gear as a kid and didn't just plug
I
the
grew
damn
up
thing
with
in,
a lot
you know
of
the problem.
abusive
That was
things,
the
so it's
problem
kinda
I
hard.
lived with. Thing ate through batteries like crazy, and, well...
What?
It's rough for me.
Oh
Sonic
yeah,
2.
I know. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, I have you now.
I know, right?
Oh, let's go on with this Sonic 2 thing. Like most Sonic games, pretty forgiving. All things considered, they're very reflex-based, but they're okay about it. They let you make mistakes and not hate yourself over it.
Oh my
But for whatever
God.
reason, Sonic 2 on Game Gear, it wants you dead. The first level is brutal. Like, there's deadly spikes, there's Hail Mary jumps all over the place, dogs and cats living
Fucking
together.
Sonic, I love
mass
Sonic.
hysteria. And that's just the first level. Like, compare this to the first level of any other Sonic game. Usually it's a Green Hill Zone knockoff, it's got some nice music, bright color palette, but in this game you start off in Underground Zone with minecarts and lava. Lava! The boss is one of the worst encounters in the entire franchise, too. It's a ant, lion, robot thing, and the only way to hurt it is to avoid these bombs, which sounds simple, but Game Gear Sonic didn't have the best controls in the world. That goes for any of the Game Gear Sonics. When I was a kid, I could not beat this level. The first level in the Sonic game, which is supposed to be easy and, like, ease you into the controls and stuff, but no! And the pain doesn't stop. The game doesn't get easier. And it's bad enough going to play this game on, like, modern hardware through emulation where you can see everything better. But imagine this on Game Gear's crappy screen, terrible battery life, and frankly not great form figure. This game was rough. At number 3 is Fallout 2. The Temple of Trials in Fallout 2 isn't really a first level, it's a tutorial, but unless you're experienced with the first game and built your character in a specific way to get through its challenges, this unskippable dungeon can actually be the hardest part of the game. So Fallout's pretty freeform, right? You can build your character a lot
I've never
of
played
ways,
like
and then you
these
start
ones,
game.
like the
You get sent to
original
this
ones.
temple, which gives you a spear as a
I just played
weapon, that's
3,
it. And if you only put
New
points into
Vegas,
ranged
and
weapons in
4.
terms of how you created your character,
Those are the
you are
ones I've
already
played.
in trouble. To make matters
I
worse,
never knew
the only
Focus
healing
will
items
look like
that you
this.
get are these healing powders, which lower your perception when you use it. So that makes it so enemies are harder to hit. See how that might be a problem?
The
like,
first
yeah,
I
all you're fighting
saw
are rats
here
and
is for
scorpions,
3,
but if you can't
4,
even hit
and
things,
the
they'll
Vegas
eventually whittle your
because
health down.
I
It's
don't know
embarrassing and
much about it.
frustrating when you stand there taking random swings at normally harmless enemies and, losing. It's not just embarrassing, it's demoralizing. The
It's
game
just
expects you to
basically
use your
nuclear
skills without really
apocalypse.
explaining how they work,
Well,
which is an
it's in the
interesting
future,
approach
too.
for a tutorial. If you're a Fallout veteran, you probably know this stuff
It's
already.
the
but
wall
if you're not,
guy
well, it's
invite us to
confusing.
the
Apparently, the
Doomsday
creators of the game
bunker
weren't
or something.
originally going to even include a tutorial, but they got forced to include one at the last minute. So it probably explains why the whole segment's very half-assed feeling, because they didn't have to make it mandatory. The Temple of Trials is the low point of the game. It's not just dull, but it's also very frustrating. At number 2 is Elder Scrolls Arena, the first game in the
Oh
Elder
my
Scrolls
God, another
series.
Bethesda
It feels
game,
archaic
or no.
these days, but it was actually
Yeah,
very ahead of its time. A lot of
Bethesda.
people have not made it past the Imperial Dungeon, though. Probably for good reason. Like every other Elder Scrolls game, you start off as a prisoner. Your starting goal is simple, escape the dungeon, which seems like would be a simple tutorial level. Maybe walk you through the controls, tell you how the game works. That's how it'll be in later games, Morrowind, Oblivion, etc. But not here. Instead, you're basically thrown to the wolves. Like, you needed to read the instruction manual, because otherwise you don't know what to do, period. To call the controls awkward would be a massive understatement. Right from the get-go, you're disoriented.
Is there an
You're just doing
instructional
basic
manual for that?
actions, and that even takes a lot of getting used to. So while you're grappling with the controls, you're swarmed with deadly rats who will mess you up fast, depending on your class. If you're a wizard, expect to run out of magic no matter what, and there's no way to recover it. In fact, there are actually only a few ways to recover health at all, and to make things even more fun, enemies respawn. It's an all-around cruel introduction that makes you know what's in store for you when you play this game, which is, to be very clear, pain. And at number 1 is Superman, the New Superman Adventures, also known as Superman 64.
pain.
Bad title, frankly, but, a lot of people can get past that. The idea of a Superman game sounds great. So, do you like flying through rings? Weird question to ask, but how about baffling
Superman
objectives
64.
that only give you seconds
Did
to
you
respond
play this
in
one
time?
too?
How about some of the jankiest controls
Oh my
ever
g-
devised
dude,
for
I-
an action
I've
game?
played
No,
this.
you don't want these things.
It sucked.
Nobody wants these things. And this game, it's built on these things. They are thrown together,
Look at
slapdash,
'em.
and create one of the most frustrating and
the
terrible
graphics
opening
is
sequences to
just-
any game
yeah.
ever, period. It starts off really bad right from the start. The first thing the game wants you to do is fly through all these rings. Just an endless string of rings in this pea soup-colored void that's supposed to be Metropolis. The controls are, of course, terrible. But this section is also relatively easy, I guess. You finish the rings part, and I guess the game, it's difficult to describe this, but it wants you to,
Fly through rings?
this. I don't know what's going on. And I lost, and have to do the ring part again. That's fun. Oh, wait, except it's not fun. Most people just turn this game off and chuck the game back in the Blockbuster Video clamshell where it belongs, and instead of using their drawer, you heave it through their window. How dare you keep this on your shelf? And you know what? Let's say you try to muddle through this part. The game doesn't get any better. It's just more of these rings, more baffling objectives, and needlessly strict time limits. This is a game that might actually be worse than its reputation implies, which is a hell of an achievement because no one likes this game. It is considered one of the worst games ever made. Like, look at this. This is the first level, the part the developers presumably put the most effort into hooking the player in, and this was the best they could do. Ouch. Also got a quick bonus for you. You remember the Super Star Wars series? If you're as old as me, you do. They were great. I'm not saying that they weren't great, but I also don't know if anyone played these things.
You should know
legitimately,
that
because they were crazy
Star Wars
hard.
series.
The first two especially, for some reason, everything on Tatooine wants Luke Skywalker dead. Like, everything is an enemy and just starts attacking you from every angle. Like, yeah, Mos Eisley is a dangerous area filled with scum and villainy.
I think
but
you know pretty
walking
much
around in
about
an
all the
empty
Star Wars
desert
thing,
shouldn't
right?
be this
Yeah, I know. I
You're
know
just
quite a
going to
bit.
the Sandcrawler to
I'm
have
kind
a
of a
look at
nerd.
some droids. You're going
Actually, I
shopping.
am.
The first level of Super Empire Strikes
it's not
Back
a
somehow
nerd
actually
thing,
worse
no.
than Super Star Wars.
You know the,
how Hoth is supposed to be a, like,
you know the Death Star with like its giant beam. Have you ever seen that?
Giant beam.
The like, you know how the Death Star like shoots a giant beam.
Yeah, I think I see one of that.
Yeah, here we go. This is original. I'll explain what I was gonna say.
We've entered the Alderaan system.
Governor Tarkin, I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board.
Charming to the last. You don't know how hard I found it signing the order to terminate your life.
Surprised you had the courage to take the responsibility yourself.
Princess Leia, before your execution, I would like you to be my guest at a ceremony that will make this battle station operational. No star system will dare oppose the Emperor now.
The more you tighten your grip, Tarkin, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
Not after we demonstrate the power of this station. In a way, you have determined the choice of the planet that will be destroyed first. Since you are reluctant to provide us with the location of the rebel base, I have chosen to test this station's destructive power on your home planet of Alderaan.
No, Alderaan is peace, but we have no weapons. You can't
You will
possibly...
prefer another target, a military target? Then name the system. I grow tired of asking this, so it'll be the last time. Where is the rebel base?
Dantooine. You're on Dantooine.
There, you see, Lord Vader, she can be reasonable. Continue with the operation. You may fire when ready.
What?
You're far too trusting. Dantooine is too remote to make an effective demonstration, but don't worry. We will deal with your rebel friends soon enough.
No.
Commence primary ignition.
Oh, you lie. She tell you everything and you still shoot.
So like the...
What is the...
So like when they shoot that giant beam, those are actually like the gems or crystals. Yeah, the kyber crystals that make up the death or lightsabers. So it's just like like a big crystal, like a big lightsaber.
Very big lightsaber.
Yeah. Animals that got the middle finger and evolution.
Oh, why? Middle finger evolution?
15 scary videos instilling panic in viewers.
Number 15, Shadow Figure. This couple
panic is
captured
this?
a series of
I
paranormal
wanna see.
experiences on camera, one of which included this strange shadow figure. YouTuber Dark
Oh my
Moose
God,
shares
I'm so
further
scared.
creepy footage, originally captured by IXEKAI.
Gente, otra vez el ruido ese.
I'm panicking. Help
Todavía
me.
se escucha el ruido de abajo.
I'm utterly
Hearing the same
panicking.
noises that had been disturbing them, the woman investigates one night while on her own.
Top 10 ghost
So that's
videos
me.
that's so scary you'll want mommy.
Whoa, is that really scary?
There's something in the basement.
There's
New
something
Stop
in the
5 viewer
basement.
Oliver reached out to me about a video he captured in his home in Twin Falls.
Yeah, I'm
Idaho.
a big Star
In
Wars
his email,
nerd.
Oliver says that he recorded a video for his friends with plans to hold a sleepover that same night.
This
In
can't
his
call
video, he
nerd.
shows
No,
his
I didn't.
basement and where he and his friends will be
So,
sleeping.
in the
But what
prequel
happens
movies,
next is
it's about
literally
setting
like
up
something
like the
from a
original
nightmare.
trilogy, right? And you follow like a kid who grows up to be Darth Vader.
Oh.
Yeah. And then there's other Jedis you see in the other movies, and yeah, it's really good.
I think I need to watch all the Star Wars with you sometime.
Yes, that would be great. And have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?
I see a little bit of Lord of the Rings.
They're like 3 hours long, so I don't blame you.
What the hell? As Oliver looks inside the bedroom, he sees a tall dark figure standing
think I did
inside
see
the
it
room.
far enough, it's just
Startled
a
by the
couple
creepy apparition, Oliver
30
stumbles back
minutes
before
of the
turning on the
movie,
lights
and
and
then I
taking
just
another look.
fall asleep.
What was that? I need to turn this down. What was that?
I ever see the first 30 minutes of the movie and then I fall asleep.
Oh yeah, that's
Whatever was
that sounds
standing
about
there
right. That's okay.
seems to have just disappeared.
And then
What
till
makes
this
this
day
footage
I
even
did
creepier
continue
is that
to
when
watch
slowed
it.
down, it becomes clear that whoever or whatever this is seems to be
It's
wearing
just
a hat.
like The Walking Dead.
So if you don't know, across the world, countless people have
Yeah,
reported
I love The
seeing a
Walking
being
Dead. It's
known
my
as the
favorite
cult
show. I also have a
Hatman.
bunch of those on
Although
DVD.
some claim to
like
have
the
seen the
seasons.
apparition while fully awake, the
have it?
Hatman is known
Yeah.
to terrorize victims
And I have
of
the whole
sleep
comic
paralysis.
series.
I asked Oliver if he had ever experienced sleep paralysis. in his
Yeah,
life,
right.
And he
Yeah, I
explained
have
that he
compendiums
actually
1
did,
through 4.
but only when he was a child. So could Oliver have actually captured proof of the Hatman's existence? Let me know what you think. Out of the mud. Earlier this year, the usually
Is that a
sunny
hat
town of
too?
Chosica,
Is that
Peru
Undertaker?
suffered heavy rains and mudslides that washed through the city. The national news
What?
Because that shadow figure is have a top hat.
Oh.
Is like the Undertaker.
Yeah, my God, yeah, The Undertaker. I watched WWE for a little bit.
reported on the severe damage left
Yeah,
behind and
I'm
talked to
watching.
residents who have
Not
come together to clean
enough.
and rebuild the city.
But I know
there is
some
something
of
else
the
in this news
wrestlers.
report that
You know
seems
some of
a
them?
bit out of
They got
place
some from all over the
and
world, and they got so many like different things from like like they got NXT or I can't remember the other one, but it's like 3 different
NXT,
shows.
UK, NXT,
Yeah.
Raw, SmackDown.
Did you see it?
I'm not a fan.
The
I
reporter
can't swear.
showing
I'm
the
not a
water
fan.
and mud rushing down the
I'm not a
stairs.
fan.
Behind her, someone
I'm
or
not too into it, but it's all right to
completely
watch.
covered in
It's pretty
mud
funny.
appears to follow
It's
her.
pretty funny at times.
The reporter doesn't notice the bizarre figure and continues up the stairs.
some
What,
of
Oreo?
the-
You want up here?
The footage goes viral.
What?
With
The
many
Rock
shocked
is
viewers
my main
speculating the figure
favorite
to be some
wrestler at
kind
the
of
time.
creature
The
or
Rock Dwayne Johnson?
monster.
I think he
Either
needs to
way,
go
whoever or
out.
whatever it is
I'll be
seems
right
to
back.
not be wearing any clothes.
Sorry.
Have any hair.
It's
and seems
okay.
to have distorted features. Obviously, it seems like any normal person fighting through these conditions would be at severe risk of being washed away in the flood, or at the very least becoming very sick from the muddy, bacteria-filled water. So just who or what is this? Let me know what you think. Eye of the Jinn. This next creepy video was posted to TikTok without a source. Some people speculate that the original creator is none other than popular Jordanian ghost hunter Ehab Kasmia, who I featured many times. But I've been unable to find the original video, so I can't verify. However, the short video is definitely very creepy.
هيا جي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم بسم الله فكرت في اشي هون اخوان ها سمعت الصوت صوت الباب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم اسمع صوت الصراخ اسمع
A face can be seen staring through the crack of the door at whoever is filming. They quickly run around the door, but there's no one there. Some believe the face to be that of a jinn, a shape-shifting sinister entity that seems to be toying with the explorer. Now, without the original source and video, we just don't know exactly what's going on here. Is it a jinn caught on camera, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. We need scary videos, so if you see something that you think should be on Nukes Top 5, be sure to email us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Email link in the description. Paranormal Nightmare. Paranormal investigators and brothers Josh and Sean Foreman from the YouTube channel Paranormal Nightmare TV series are contacted by a woman named Cheryl. Cheryl believes a demon is destroying her life. In a tragic series of events, Cheryl's father passed away, and not long after, her fiancé sadly took the lives of both of her children. Cheryl is now completely alone and lives in absolutely horrible conditions in a very bad neighborhood. In 17 years, Josh and Sean say that they've never encountered a case as tragic and dangerous as this. The brothers even feel that their own personal safety could be at risk in this investigation. But nevertheless, they drive to Cheryl's home to investigate. The guys soon begin to understand exactly why Cheryl believes that she might be dealing with a demon.
I hate God.
I hate God. It said I hate God. Why do you hate God? God is going to destroy you tonight. Where are you at right now? Are you watching us?
Worthless bitch.
Worthless bitch. Who's a worthless bitch? Come on, tell me, who's a worthless bitch? I think you're worthless.
Possessed.
Possessed.
It's what we want.
Oh, no way.
That's f***ing crazy.
Possessed, that's what we want. Oh,
Is that why you're
something, turn on, go out there, go. Something turned on out there.
Is that what you wanting to do to Cheryl? Are you wanting to possess her? Is that what you're trying to do? Whoa, air. Something just blew on my f***ing neck. Here, you stand on here, screw this. Yeah, something just blew on my freaking neck.
Right there.
What was it?
Something just grabbed my f***ing hip. I did not hit anything. Like right when I walked by, something just grabbed hold of my hip.
The two brothers receive very ominous replies through their spirit box, and Josh says something grabbed his hip. Sean begins to feel a pain in his stomach and takes a break outside in the car while Josh stays behind.
Please listen.
No way. Loud bang. Said, please listen, and then a huge freaking bang back there. Okay, that's 3 times. 3 times I've been touched.
Why?
Why are you touching me? I mean, these are not just like little touches. These are big f***ing touches.
While Josh is completely alone, he hears two loud bangs coming from somewhere inside Cheryl's home, after which he is touched again. After a short break, the two brothers switch places, and
I am
whatever seems
back.
to be inside Cheryl's
Welcome
home
back, babe.
seems
Thank
to
you,
get
thank you.
very angry.
Oh no.
Holy
Why you sound like that?
yeah.
What? Oh, I was eating something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
What do you have there?
Oh, I was just eating some cereal. Dry.
Yeah. Oh my
Dry.
God! I'm not going to
Yeah, I was just
fucking
eating it
hell
out of the
you
box.
are. You're going back where you fucking came from. Holy this is where I need fucking Josh.
This is why I need fucking
my
Josh.
God. Oh, I say we're definitely dealing with a freaking demon.
To end their investigation, they ask Cheryl to sit in the house alone and attempt to communicate with what they now believe to be a demon. Josh and Sean sit outside in the car. What happens next scares the living out of them.
Scares the living shit out of them. Oh, fuck.
Evolution is a bitch named Emily. That's it, that's the whole intro. Don't get me wrong, the concept of evolution's pretty cool. It's the reason giraffes get to flex their high in the entire animal kingdom. But there are just times where nature and evolution decide to team up and absolutely hoe an animal's entire existence.
Yep.
So here are 10 animals that I personally think got done the dirtiest. It's not exactly in order, but obviously some animals are going to get violated more flagrantly than others. And I say that because if this list were actually in order, the octopus would probably medal at the Oppression Olympics for... Well, let me explain. Octopus are highly intelligent, and scientists believe they have the same cognitive ability as a 2-year-old human. Which might not seem impressive, but that means octopus are on the same IQ level as some dogs. They're even smart enough to use tools, whether it's using the tentacles of the venomous man-of-war as a weapon, which they actually do, or
Wow.
carrying a coconut around to keep as a travel-sized panic room. But being smart is the only thing they have going for them. First of all,
that's
most octopus come
interesting.
into the world as orphans. The mother octopus will spend months guarding and washing her nursery of up to 50,000 eggs. Since it's too dangerous to leave them alone, and since there's no daycare underwater, she often won't eat the entire time. Which means once the clutch of eggs are finally ready to hatch, the mother is shriveling, starving, and ready to become initials on a Twitter bio. Struggle doesn't end there. In fact, that's when it starts. These babies the size of a grain of rice have to figure out life in an ocean full of animals that'll actually try to put an end to it. It's so bad that out of the 50,000 children, if more than 2 survive to adulthood, it's considered overachieving. That honestly wouldn't be a big deal if nature didn't already nerf them with their lifespan. It's so ridiculously short that a majority of octopus species that live life to the fullest still won't be alive for their first birthday. Being an octopus means you can be born on New Year's, have a midlife crisis by June, only to be a memory by October. Giving an animal
Damn.
high intelligence just to cut its life after 1 to 2 years just seems like an intentional dick move. And because they have no shell or no armor, they'd honestly be lucky to live that long. Having no real way to defend themselves means a good number of them end up a sea lion's chew toy or a dolphin's frisbee. To be fair, octopus do have camouflage, in some cases highly toxic venom. But for the most part, they get bodied by most of the ocean.
Oh,
It's
the
adding
bull
insult
ring
to
is the
injury.
more
Every octopus you see is
dangerous
probably a
octopus,
virgin,
I
because
think.
once they get laid, they die. We already saw what happens to the mother, but where did daddy at? Once the male octopus mates, he basically just gives up on life. A male octopus that's catched in his V-card will swim around catatonically until he either gets torn apart by predators or dies of starvation as his body falls apart due to senescence. Not like it really matters because most female octopus are bigger than the males and sometimes they'll attack and cannibalize him during. But one thing's for sure, if his date doesn't put him out of commission, his post-nut clarity will. Octopus don't live long, but for the months they're alive, their entire existence is a jihad. Now you know why Squidward couldn't give a if a paid him. At least for the octopus, it just seems to be really bad luck. They may be a victim of circumstance, but at least you get the idea that nature didn't go out of its way to screw them. Not like with this bird. Kiwi bird is probably the best proof that evolution ain't perfect. This tiny bird is actually part of the rat-type family.
That's
and this
cute.
cookout includes ostriches, emus, cassowaries, and the rhea. But unlike its bigger cousins, this bird that shares its name with a fruit is about 18 inches tall and no more than 7 pounds. It's kind of like having cousins 6'3", 6'4", and 6'6", yet you came out looking like Tory Lanez. Like your family's tall enough to fit in an NBA locker room, yet you get it from a chair and stay the same height. But of course, nature wasn't done screwing with this bird because like its relatives, they can't fly. Totally flightless, and despite being related to ostriches, a Jurassic reject, and a bird that literally won a war against Australia, kiwi's about as defenseless as the fruit that got named after it. Basically, you're looking at a bird that can't bird. The kiwi is such light work that they can only survive on islands without any mammalian predators because they're really a couple stray cats away from being put in the history books. And somehow, that's not it. Because nature shrunk everything about this bird. Everything except the eggs they have to push out of their body.
Oh my
Despite being
God.
about 60 times smaller, kiwis have to deal with eggs nearly the same size as an ostrich's. And at 20% of its body weight, that would be like the average woman birthing a 35-pound baby, with the same equipment. It's such a hell to live that the egg actually rearranges the bird's organs and stretches its rib cage. There's too many things wrong with them for me not to think nature had serious beef with this bird, especially when you realize the kiwi's closest ancestor was the elephant bird, which was about 10 feet, 1,600 pounds. So yeah, they got nerfed bad. At least they didn't get hit as hard as, say, the sloth. For being completely honest here, the sloth has almost nothing going for it. Because they insisted on eating nothing but leaves, their diet makes them one of the slowest animals on the planet. Because they physically can't afford to spend energy they don't have, because going into debt would mean death. It's to the point where baby sloths have to quite literally hold on for dear life, because if it falls to the jungle floor, the mother likely won't waste the energy trying to get it back. And that's because if you're a sloth, leaving this tree is the most dangerous thing you'll ever do. Sloths only poop about once a week, and when they do, they'll climb out of the tree and get on the ground to do it. Why they don't just drop a deuce from the trees, I couldn't tell you. Nobody knows what goes on in their heads. This means about half of all sloth deaths involve getting clapped on the toilet like Elvis. One thing sloths have going for them is that they're so
Why
mind-numbingly
look
slow
funny?
that algae actually grows.
It looks funny to me.
There's a catch. There is always a catch. When one of your biggest ops is an eagle with quite literally some of the best eyes in the world, wearing a moss blanket isn't going to amount to too much. And you know evolution was actively f***ing with them because sloths are actually really good
What?
swimmers and can hold their breath for 40 minutes.
The bird
longer
just
than
take
dolphins
out their
can swim.
slots?
But it means almost
Yeah.
nothing when most of the time they go swimming is by accident when they fall out of a tree. And that weak-ass doggy paddle might save them from drowning, but it won't save them from getting murked by an anaconda or a black caiman. But the really sad part is, sloths could actually be way better than this. Its close relatives, the armadillo and anteater, are able to put the same claws that it has to good use, and anteaters have even been known to swing on jaguars. You have a homicidal vacuum cleaner that has put jaguars and people in coffins, and then you have a moss blanket with a face. Just like the kiwi, the sloth used to be better than this. Megatherium, aka the giant ground sloth, was in the same weight class as elephants, and they actually knew how to use those claws. So much so that if Ice Age were realistic, Sid would have worn Diego's ass like a fur coat. But its massive size ended up screwing it in the end, as they basically got hunted into oblivion by humans, leaving us now with the virtually defenseless, dead-eyed, slower than molasses algae apartment that we call the sloth. You know that thing on TV where it's like someone gets a genie that grants wishes, but only does so in a way that horribly bends them over in the end, and the moral's supposed to be careful what you wish for? That basically sums up this next animal, because it looks like it got finessed by a genie in one of the most disrespectful ways possible. This is a fiddler crab. Male fiddlers have one giant brolic claw
Wish
whose
I
only purpose is to
can't
make
clean my room anymore.
crabs choose
The
to
whole
mate
house
based on
just
the
burned
size of its claw,
down.
therefore can pass the best genes to her catch of eggs. The problem is, that is literally the only thing this claw is good for. Because that claw is too big to pick up food, the male fiddler crab can only feed himself with that smaller claw. That massive claw is actually a disability that means the males either eat half the food or take twice as long as the females.
Bro, that
The only
crab
problem
just
with
worked
that is
out
that
with
these
one
crabs
arm.
only eat
He
during low
just-
tide, and the longer the crab spends eating, the more likely they are to end up as someone else's main dish.
Oh,
In
no.
the evolutionary arms race for female validation, the male fiddler crab is more likely to end up getting eaten by gulls,
Oh, he
raccoons,
get eat.
reptiles, and sometimes even bigger crabs. And since the females enable this by being attracted to the bigger but less functional claws, the fiddler is now trapped in a vicious cycle. By preferring males with a trait that quite literally gets them put on a shirt, the females indirectly screw the next generation. Gotta be careful what you wish for, especially if
I
you're this
think
next animal.
my
Because
country
the
had the
peacock has
same crab
problem
at
on
this, and
steroids.
one
We can all
of
agree
them
that
is
the peacock
big
is
and
the
one of them
biggest
is
flexor in
small,
the animal kingdom,
but they're
and
not
rightfully
big like
so.
that.
And just like with the crab and basically
Come here,
every
Oreo.
other aspect of life,
Come here,
bigger
baby.
is most certainly better.
Oh, come
The more
here.
colorful and
Can you hop up
eye-catching,
here?
the better
There
the
you
peacock's
go.
chances at bagging a pea hen. They'll even shimmy their tail feathers in a way that hypnotizes any female watcher.
Oreo.
But like I
Here you
said,
go, boy.
never make a deal with a genie.
Oh,
Because
yes.
the good news is a peacock showing off will always be the center of attention. Bad news is sometimes that attention comes from a 700-pound assault weapon with stripes. And because those tail feathers are so heavy, not only can't the peacock see behind itself, even if it does see death coming, it takes them longer to get off the ground and out of the tiger's reach. Just like with the crab, the peacock's biggest flex is often what gets it buried. In a cruel twist from fate, the peacocks that are safer from tigers are usually the ones that get less attention from females. So by having a preference, the peahens doom their future children to a fate of ultimately ending up as a tiger's
Oh
tooth.
no, it's
The
getting
peacock and fiddler both got handed massive L's from nature, but at least you can see the thought process behind it. Having huge claws and fancy feathers attracts females, so technically it does serve a purpose. In comparison, the Luna moth got shafted for no reason at all. To make a long story
Aw,
short,
look
adult
at it,
Luna
it's
moths don't
cute.
have a mouth and therefore can't eat. The only thing keeping them alive is the energy they stored as caterpillars, but once that runs out, so does their
What's
time.
that?
Luna moths live for about a week, just long enough to reproduce and doom their children to the same fate of a non-consensual hunger strike. If you ask Google why the Luna moth doesn't have a mouth, it'll tell you because its only purpose is to mate, which is really nature not giving a fraction of a about them. Yeah, that's cruel. Question is, what could possibly be crueler? Well, if you know what this is, you probably have the answer. This is a sea louse. It's a member of the Caligidae family of copepods.
Oh,
which
it's
basically
raining
covers
so
the
much.
crustaceans.
I
And you
hear
probably
it.
noticed that for the peacocks and the crabs, it was the guys getting the worst of it. Apparently, nature believes in a weird form of equality because right now it's up for the girls. The horror show starts when a male sea louse kidnaps a much smaller female
Oh,
and then
now
forcibly
the rain
drives
is
her to
gone.
what I can only describe as a crustacean sex
Boy.
dungeon. Where he
That's
can have
weird.
up to 20 of the
Isn't it weird when it
victims
does
also
that?
pregnant. It's at this moment where this movie loses its rating because the male will forcibly impregnate every last female in his
It's
burrow, and
weird.
this
Just
often involves
heavy
penetrating her
rain,
abdomen.
then a
Don't
second
worry,
later it's just normal
it gets
rain.
worse. As her brood of children that she never asked for begin to grow, they decide to start eating their way out. Eventually, the mother's body splits open as her nursery of psychopaths rush out of her now mutilated husk. of
Eating their
corpse.
way
This
out?
might be one of the only
Dang.
times where the babies abort the mother. Doesn't even really get to give birth. Her children just bring her death. You might be wondering why evolution.
They're
would even
like
give this
a
nonsense
face
the green light.
face
Well,
hacker
the
from
newborn
the
sea louse are
aliens.
entering an ocean full of danger and having a full meal before they make it
yeah,
out on
this
their
is-
own
this is
apparently
dark.
increases their chance of survival. And by
Yeah.
cannibalizing their own mother, it's basically a home-cooked meal. Somehow, this isn't even the worst birth on this list. That title belongs to the hyena because straight up death is actually better than what they go through. Female hyenas evolved a pseudo-penis that's so similar to the real thing, it's actually difficult to tell males and females apart. This is actually a female. Only problem is, it's not just for show, they actually have to give birth through that thing. And yes, it's every bit as painful as you think. And just to somehow make it even worse relative to the mother's size, hyenas have to give birth to the largest cubs of any carnivore, and they have to do it through a penis. Good amount of first-time mothers don't even survive this because the process involves rupturing and splitting open the pseudo to make it easier for the cub. But the cubs don't get it easy either. About 60% of hyena cubs will suffocate on the way out and become past tense before technically even joining the present. And you would think because this directly affects the mother and the cub that evolution would have patched this. But apparently nature and Lion King have something in common when it comes to doing hyenas dirty. But if we're talking about an animal that got done dirty, this picture kind of speaks for itself. Matter of fact, this is probably going to be the thumbnail because
Can you
this is
turn the
nature
volume
at its
up a
rawest.
little bit?
A lot of
I
y'all
can't
probably
hear
knew
it now,
this
the
animal
rain
was
just
coming
taking
from the
over.
title, but for those of you that
It's
didn't,
raining
that
cats
is
and
the skull of
dogs.
the Babarusa. It's a wild pig found in Indonesian islands like Sulawesi. If you already knew that, it's probably because of those teeth. Those tusks penetrate out of its snout only to do a complete 180 and head right back towards its face. If the male Babarusa can't wear down this hellish overbite or he doesn't lose them in a fight, then the teeth will end up growing right back into his head, penetrating the skull and ultimately piercing the brain. The worst part of it all is that by the time it gets clapped by its own dental plan, the Babarusa's probably already had children and therefore passed on its bullshit to its kids. It's a lot like Parkinson's. Okay, hear me out. The problem with Parkinson's is that it usually develops late in life, usually around the age of 60. And patients can have it for years without being diagnosed. So by the time they do find out, it's possible they could have already had kids and grandkids that they could have passed it off to. See the problem, right? The only good thing is that it's somewhat rare for a child to inherit Parkinson's from their parents. The Babarusa, not so lucky. And as long as females
Bro,
find
can you
big
turn the
tusks
volume up a
attractive, and
little
as
bit?
long as the tusks only murk them after they've had babies, this pig is going to be screwed eternally and evolution can't even stop it. But when you talk about being sodomized by the fleshy phallus of nature, you're probably talking about cheetahs. If you watch Tirzu, if you're watching this, you probably do. You probably heard him say that cheetahs are F-tier garbage that either need to be buffed or just vaulted out of their misery. I love cheetahs, I really do, but out of every animal on this list, evolution might have bodied the cheetah the hardest, and for one simple reason. Cheetahs are really fast. That is all they have. Cheetahs are a textbook example of why you should never dump all your evolution points in one skill, because you'll just get bent over in every other aspect of life. Because they're built for speed and absolutely nothing else, cheetahs often get bullied by other predators, especially lions and hyenas. And because cheetahs have to expend so much energy just to make a kill, it forces them to rest right after, which makes it really easy for other animals to just step in and run their pockets. But for real, if you're a cat and a bird that literally only eats the dead is able to run you off, you got a lot of problems. Worst part is, cheetahs could easily avoid all of this. Leopards are also lightweight, solitary hunters that occasionally get their food stolen, but they're able to carry their kills up in trees where they can't get harassed by scavengers. But in the evolutionary race for speed, cheetahs evolved non-retractable claws to use as cleats to keep traction while running. Which is why cheetahs can't climb trees, so they gotta get violated on the ground. Cheetahs are such pushovers that one hyena can successfully rob several cheetahs right in their face and then dare them to do something about it. Cheetahs compromised everything for speed, so now they get to speed run through life. About 70% of cheetah cubs born in the wild will be 6 feet under before their first birthday. And just to add on to that, because why the hell not, thanks to genetic bottleneck, a majority of the cheetah population is highly inbred. What you're looking at is a cat that doesn't really know how to cat. Because instead of roaring like lions, tigers, and leopards, the best this spotted doormat can do is chirp like a bird. Matter of fact, if you YouTube it real quick, you'll find they make every sound that isn't a roar. And that's how you know evolution went out of its way to them. Cheetahs have been around for about 3 million years and decided they were just gonna IM speed.
My God, poor cheetahs.
And because of that, unless it's a 100-meter dash or a bird call contest, this overgrown house cat loses every single time.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot of good things about the cheetah, but not nearly enough to justify the abuse they go through. Which is probably why a majority of cheetahs in captivity experience severe anxiety so bad that prevents them from mating and they need an emotional support dog. Which is cute, don't get me wrong, but it's another reason why cheetahs are dangerously close to being the pandas of cats, and that's not something anyone wants to be. And don't get it twisted, I don't enjoy roasting cheetahs, I actually really love them, but if nature has favorites, this Cheetos mascot isn't one of them. And those are 10 animals that got the middle finger from evolution. I'm not gonna lie to you, this video was low-key a pain to make. So if you like the video and you'd like to support this channel, my Patreon's gonna be in the description, but please, don't give money if you can't afford it. Because honestly, I don't need money, I just wanted to cover my crippling Wendy's addiction. Subscribing doesn't cost you anything, so
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
sometimes all it takes is one picture going viral to completely shatter everything we thought we knew about the world. This is one of those pictures.
For sure it is.
A mother tiger in California tragically lost her cubs to premature labor, and the loss left her so depressed that she would barely move.
Can you wrestle roll a
Worried
little
for
bit
her
there?
well-being, zookeepers took 5 baby pigs, wrapped them in tiger skin, and like only a true mother would, the tiger adopted them all. She would nurse them, eat and sleep with them, and refuse to let them out of her sight. It was your typical Disney feel-good story that warmed the hearts of anyone who saw it.
I hear
Now,
it too.
Here's where you have a choice. I can let you keep believing that story and just leave you with the happy ending. In which case, you should probably click off this video, drink water, hug your mother, all that good stuff. We'll see you in the next one. For the rest of y'all going red pill, just remember, you chose this. So this picture is 100% real. No Photoshop, no filter. This happened. The story I just told you behind it was completely made up. First of all, this wasn't even taken in California. It was 8,000 miles away in one of the biggest tiger hubs in the world, the Sriracha Zoo in Pattaya, Thailand. This isn't a wholesome story about a tiger taking the role of swine surrogate. It's actually one of the most unhinged experiments you've never heard of. You see, this zoo wanted to know if they could successfully rewire the nature of a tiger, and they did that by having one be raised by a
I never
pig.
go there.
Yeah, they basically decided to
never
play
have a
God
chance,
with a
but
giga-sized
my sis go there.
I mean, this was back in 2004, but it was also 11 years after Jurassic Park. Someone should have known better. So the
I'm the
Sriracha Zoo
only
had a
one
mother
that
pig
left
raise a
in the
litter of
home
tiger
again.
cubs. The tiger in the viral picture was 2-year-old Saimai, and she was actually brought up and nursed by a pig until she was 4 months old. The whole point was to see if being raised by a pork product could make an apex predator less of a life risk and more docile. And from the pictures and videos, it would seem like it worked. Until it didn't. It would take years, but eventually several claims would come out. You know, claims of animal mistreatment, exploitation, and straight up abuse. Basically, it ended up being one of those places guys would go to take a selfie with a tiger to put on Tinder. And I genuinely hope that was the only cat any of y'all ever saw. The zoo also had a bunch of hands-on stuff you could do with tigers, which is probably the biggest red flag a zoo can have. If the same striped delete button that can solo a walking bicep also sits still for a stranger's selfie, start looking left, cause ain't right. So to make a long story short, if Tiger King would have came out in 2004, Joe Exotic would have been Bangkocking in Thailand. There was even an incident where 23 tigers flatlined a bird flu after being fed raw contaminated chicken. And then there's also the fact that one of the zoo owners, Samay Thamsiripong, was charged with breeding tigers without a license. It took a worldwide pandemic to do it, but eventually the zoo closed its doors July 13th, 2021. But whatever happened to Saimai and her foster pigs? Well, 16 years after this picture was taken, another video would go viral. Only this time, it was a now 19-year-old Saimai pouncing on one of the piglets, and not in a cute playing type of way. The only thing stopping Wilbur from becoming the end of Charlotte's Web was a zookeeper distracting the tiger before a bunch of small children found out where bacon comes from. That video wasn't exactly the nail in the coffin, it was more like the shovel that started the digging. But that video also proved is that you can't change nature, no matter how many sequels this franchise gets. Like take this video for example, where this polar bear went viral for seemingly petting a husky in Canada. The biggest meat eater in the world on legs, and even he can't help himself. Adorable, right? The part that didn't go viral was immediately after when the polar bear proceeded to send the dog to dog backwards by attacking and eating it, all while the dog was chained up and couldn't even run. Hey, remember, you chose the red pill. The point is, there are rules in nature, and every time we cosplay as creator and break them means one less dog, one confused tiger, and a bunch of pigs that are gonna have one hell of an identity crisis. But sometimes nature breaks rules all on its own, and all it leaves us with are questions. Kamunyak was a lioness living in the Samburu Reserve in Kenya who would become famous worldwide in 2002 for violating the #1 rule of being a lion. The lioness was seen with a young, as in not older than a week old, oryx calf. She didn't turn the calf into calories, instead she acted as his bodyguard, following it around everywhere, and even defending it from other animals attempting to meal prep it. The lioness had adopted something that any other day would have just been protein. And this time humans had nothing to do with it. Tourists would flock in from all over to witness this disrespect to the natural order, and even after seeing it with their own eyes, they still didn't believe it. Komunyak only confused rangers the more they watched her. At one point, she squared up with a group of cheetahs for looking at the oryx calf the wrong way. She would literally starve herself for the calf's sake. She couldn't go out and hunt for herself, since the little oryx calf would just wander around aimlessly instead of staying hidden in one place the way an actual lion cub would. So for the more than 2 weeks these two were together, she just didn't eat. I can only imagine what the other lions thought. This was basically like a man walking into an orphanage and then leaving with a Big Mac in a stroller. Like that time SpongeBob had an entire relationship arc with something he grills for a living. It's just one of those things like Mandy smiling or EDP foster momming a cupcake and not eating it. It just breaks the natural order. One day, Komunyak and her little calf went to get water, and in the short amount of time her back was turned, a male lion appeared and gave her a live demonstration of what a lion actually is. So yeah, no more baby. And the lioness that had nearly starved herself to death for it acted like any mother would after losing a cub of her own. And the rangers watching it all go down had no way of explaining it. Now, the baby oryx calf being chill with its #1 op in the first place actually isn't that crazy. There's a good chance it was probably just too young to even know what fear was. Like when a baby wildebeest was filmed playing with a hyena cub as if his family reunion wouldn't dissect and eat him alive. That is until its mother pulled up and bro remembered who he was and dipped. But a predator playing parent to prey is where rules get broken. It's something you'd expect from Disney, and like in Disney, it probably started from a family member getting murked. Komunyak apparently had cubs of her own, and a violent dispute in the pride meant she lost them, likely to a new rival male. And with as young as she was, this was likely her first litter, and after losing them so brutally and hormones still running high, she probably didn't know what else to do. So it's possible that the calf imprinting on the lioness caused a motherly instinct to override the turn you into take out and smoke you like a Marlboro instinct. At least that's just my guess, because no one thought to ask the lioness what was going through her head. And this might have been her first time, but this wouldn't be her only. This would happen not once, not twice, not even a hat trick, but Komunyak the lioness would adopt 6 different oryx calves. Also, I feel like I should just mention, at this point she was going out of her way to follow her just so she could steal any unattended minors. And it wasn't like she just didn't realize that these weren't lions, because oftentimes she would let the newborn calf nurse from its actual mother before running her off. And in case you're curious about what happened to the rest of her foster kids, the second one was intercepted by park rangers and taken to an animal orphanage in Nairobi. The third calf actually returned to its mother, and during a nursing session pieced out with the rest of its herd, even with Komunyak chasing after them to get her baby back. Same thing happened with the fourth, with the mother oryx managing to reunite with her baby. And I can only imagine this made her learn her lesson in the worst way possible, because she didn't let the fifth calf return to its mother, and the end game was the calf going into a permacoma due to starvation, which Komunyak would respond to by eating the soul evacuated body. And adoption number 6 went like 3 and 4, with the kidnapped calf hightailing it back to its biomom. And remember, she would go on a hunger strike for the entire time she was looking after each one. And I'd love to tell you that this story ends with Komunyak finally getting an actual family of her own, except she was last sighted in 2004 and no one's been able to find her since. So, if this was a movie, it'd be Lion King's troubled teenage cousin. And it's not the only time this kind of thing would happen. In 2015, a film crew was focused on a herd of wildebeest along with one lioness stalking them from the grasses. Fun fact, lions will often spawn wipe their prey by attacking the ones that have just given birth. So when the lioness made her move and the mother wildebeest dipped, it looked like it was about to be a revolving door for the baby right back to the gulag. Except that's not what happened. The apex predator hesitated on what would have probably been her easiest meal in months. And the literal minutes-old wildebeest started nuzzling up to the huge cat, as if the same lion that wasn't finna take him off this world was the one that brought him in. And I don't know if it was that famous new baby smell, or if the fetus not showing any fear factory reset the lion's software, but not only did she spare him, after a little while she left, and the still wet from the womb wildebeest calf reunited with its mother. And unlike with Komunyak, this lioness was 100% trying to catch a body, but something made her stop, and I have no idea why. At least with the calf, it's probably too young to know to run away and just saw the lion as a warm body. But an animal deciding to pretty much pardon something it's eaten hundreds of in its life is something science can't 100% explain. And before y'all say she must have felt bad for the baby, there's literally videos on YouTube of lions life-depriving pregnant animals, pulling the fetus out and eating both alive. Or I guess technically only one of them's alive. I guess there is a chance the lioness was trying to use the baby as bait to murk its bigger, more fulfilling mother. And some articles think it's their version of playing with their food, like a cat and mouse kind of thing. But like, that still doesn't explain how a cat that can eat 15 pounds of meat a day would lose interest in free calories that fast.
Sometimes
the stories just
nature
keep coming.
mess up.
In fact, just last year, a lioness was caught on camera looking like it was escorting a baby wildebeest calf back to its herd, with the little guy following him the way he would with his biomom. So I don't know, maybe when a lioness loses her cubs, the motherly instinct is so strong she'll project it on anything. Or maybe lions are realizing that chasing and catching their groceries is too much work and now they're trying the factory farming strat. But a lion treating food like family wasn't the only time a major rule of cat culture was broken. Like, I want you to take a good look at this picture. This might look like nothing special, but let me give you some background. A lion's main goal in life is to pass down his genes as much as possible to keep its bloodline alive. The catch is, whenever a rival male or males take over a pride, the first thing they do is commit severely late-term abortions on any offspring that aren't theirs. Scar actively trying to put Simba on a t-shirt was scientifically accurate, although if it was 100%, he would have wiped out Nala too.
Nala, Nala, Nala. You know, you really have no choice. One way or another, I always get what I want.
Yikes. But yeah, long story short, a new stepfather
My
usually
God.
needs caskets for any remaining
That's
cubs,
dark.
which is exactly what this male did. After he and another male took over a pride, he proceeded to give every cub a welcoming gift of a pair of wings and a halo. Every cub, except for that one. That's not his kid, and he knows it. Not only was he seen sparing op DNA, he was even photographed playing with the cub. Also, a moment of silence for his actual dad. Man's just nearly lost his entire gene pool and got all his women snatched from him just to have his own chromosomes cuddling with the lion that did it. And I just know bro watching from the gulag like, ain't no way. Now, new males don't always go Casey Anthony on the children. Sometimes lionesses are able to fend off the newcomers, and sometimes the lions don't even bother with cubs that are 9 months or older, i.e. cubs past the nursing phase. But like, that's the thing. That cub is definitely young enough to get turned into a rug. And being cute with someone else's kid goes against basically everything we thought we knew about them. And it's not just lions defying nature. Male tigers usually want no parts in raising children. They might protect them, but that's it. Especially since tigers are solitary animals that have enough of a full-time job looking after themselves. But there was at least one tiger that broke this rule, and his name was P243. You see, our boy P243 had a mate, and that was P213-32.
Wow, numbers.
The two were together for over 2 years, and 243 was never seen with another tigress because we love a faithful king. But his mate suddenly died, and it clearly had an effect on him. He spent hours sitting at the place his mate of many years passed, and when the tigress was cremated, P243 was on the scene less than an hour later. She didn't just leave him behind, but also 4 cubs. Normally, losing a mother that young means the orphans would soon get to go see her, but P243 did what we've rarely seen a male tiger, or really any male big cat for that matter, do. He stepped up. After that, P243 would often make kills, but leave the food behind for the 4 cubs who were too young to hunt for themselves. One time, the father caught a full-grown cow and left it behind without taking any for himself. And whenever the forest department would see the 4 cubs, the father would never be too far away. Obviously, there isn't a mystery as to why he did this. I mean, they were his kids. But it also managed to break what we thought were the rules of being a male tiger. Because as dark and messed up as it sounds, it would actually make more sense to just cut losses and try again with another female. Instead of taking the time to raise kids that might not make it in the end when you really could just make more. Especially since 10 days after his mate died, trackers found him near another female. But the relationship didn't go anywhere and the two weren't seen together again. Meanwhile, 243 continued looking after his cubs. There were even a few reports that the tiger had started teaching his cubs how to hunt. Now, there is no way of knowing for sure the cubs make it after all that, but according to the latest update I could find, all 4 cubs are still alive, healthy, and active. Which would be great numbers even if they had a mother, but going 4 for 4 even after getting Bambied, well, that's not supposed to happen. At this point, every breath they take is overachieving, and you can thank Mr. 243 for that. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Be sure to check out my TikTok and Instagram for more consistent uploads in between videos. And if you'd like to support this channel beyond subscribing, my Patreon's also gonna be in the description. But as always, it's only if you have like extra money you're not gonna miss. Don't give anything you don't need. You watching this video all the way through?
And then I gotta go to bed. Oh, the kangaroos, they look like buff fighters.
They could be all gosh.
Good old Urban Dictionary defines it as a person or an object that has insane potential and is crazy enough to deal with anything without fear or hesitation, regardless of moral alignment,
like
including its
boxers.
own rivals or competitors. And despite clearly taking grammar lessons from NBA YoungBoy, I'd say whoever wrote that was pretty on point. It's a term I use a lot in my videos without really explaining exactly what it is. So here's a full list of the top 10 animals with the most Black Air Force energy. Some animals are an obvious pick, others might just surprise you. But they've all earned their spot, including the animal at number 10, which might have the least clout of any animal on this list, but that's only because it's found one place in the world.
I like how they
if
just
this bird
punch
were
random,
airdropped
punch
across the
random
globe,
fish.
it'd definitely be more known for all the wrong reasons.
He was like, he'd having a bad day and see some random people just punch it.
Starting off is what happens when an animal is too smart for everyone else's quality of life. The Kia is a large parrot that can be found terrorizing the people of New Zealand. And don't let it fool you, this Black Air Force with a Grinch colorway is an op in every way. They're highly intelligent and armed with a hook-shaped beak, which is the perfect tool for Kias to inflate insurance by picking apart cars. You see, the Kia is smart enough to associate people and the cars we drive with food, which is why this anti-mechanic is famous for committing the cutest carjackings you'll ever see. Of course, they don't just stop at cars. This feather felon will go through purses, backpacks, duffel bags, and swipe anything they can fly away with. There was even a case where this airborne pirate stole the passport of a Scottish man that didn't want to be identified. Because no one wants to be remembered for getting denied from your home country because you got your passport pickpocketed by a panhandling parrot. It happened to him and it can happen to you, but guess what? If you happen to get your wallet snatched and try to see the Kia about it, be prepared to also eat a several $1,000 fine and even jail time. Kias are protected by the government because it only makes sense that something with wings would be above the law. And it's almost like every Kia knows it and acts accordingly. But it's not just humans getting griefed. Kias will regularly raid other birds' nests and make omelets with their unborn children.
Oh my
And they'll use
God.
that Swiss Army knife of a nose to remove parts of a living sheep to eat. And there have been reports of them victimizing dogs and even horses.
Ew.
But at least the Kia isn't a legitimate physical threat to people. The next animal's responsible for putting more zookeepers on workers' comp than any other animal. The African wilderness has some of the most ways to F around and find out per square mile in the world. So it makes sense that living in the most dangerous area codes in the world has turned the zebra into an actual psychopath. This oppressed Oreo horse has the strongest kick in the animal kingdom, strong enough for Marty to have written Alex out of the sequel. Which is why even though lions body them often, every once in a while a lion has to explain to his ancestors how he got flatlined by a high-strung equality donkey. But the generational anxiety of being constantly hunted means the zebra will often one-shot something for existing too close to it. There's two reasons why you won't see a person riding a zebra. One, they're too small. And two, every zebra is fundamentally a bastard to its core. No, like literally. Because many mother zebras will actually mate with as many males as possible, because if she's showing and he suspects it's not hers, he'll violently press her until it's terminated. And if the baby's already out, that's just an invitation for him to demote her from mother to mourning. And going back to humans, zebras are infamous for allegedly putting as many zoo staff in the ER as any other animal. They may look like horses whose favorite part of a birthday is the finger painting station, but this panda pony's liable to paint the block with their insides if you breathe at them the wrong way. Treat one like a barnyard animal and negotiate your left hand. And because zebras are genetically closer to donkeys than horses, calling it the ass of Africa is a scientifically accurate title. And as the default go-to of many of the landlords of the savannah, it's a title they hold with pride, because it's the best one they can get. 10% off is also what you can expect if you treat this barcode horse as a petting zoo. But at least they have the excuse of constantly being plotted on. The next animal has less excuses but more disrespect.
Number 8.
Deer managed to cause billions of dollars in damage a year by playing
Yes,
freeze tag
oh
with
my
cars,
God, that's
and
what I was
that
talking
ironically makes
about.
them the most dangerous animal in
Oh,
America.
they're
But where
talking
blissful
that the guy
ignorance makes
hit
deer a
one
threat,
of them,
the
right?
deer have down
Yeah.
under initiate conflict. 9 out of 10 car accidents in Australia involve kangaroos, and a good number of them are premeditated and not by the driver. Kangaroos assault vehicles with enough regularity to commit insurance fraud.
Whoa, whoa. What?
In fact, kangaroos
He
will
just
regularly
ran through
beef
the
with
car.
inanimate objects. But it's not just a bluff. These are some brolic marsupials, armed with claws, but more importantly a sharp dagger of a toenail. Which is why it's not a kangaroo's punch you have to worry about, but that Jurassic pedicure disembowelment. It's what makes their sparring sessions so lethal. That and the fact that kangaroos start every day with the specific goal of inconveniencing as many life forms as possible. If you happen to fly a drone in kangaroo country, prepare to have your insurance tested. In fact, it's not a stretch to say they hate anything that flies. Can you imagine how ridiculous this could have gotten? Imagine people thinking you died paragliding when really you survived but got mobbed by a pack of Roy Rabbits on impact. Kangaroos are number 8 because there's really no good reason for this. You see, as dangerous as Australia is, there aren't really any dominant apex land predators. While kangaroos often contend with dingoes and the occasional wedge-tailed eagle, a full-grown kangaroo doesn't have much that can threaten it, other than a bigger kangaroo. So my working theory is, they got cocky. And until nature airdrops some bears or maybe some type of big cat, kangaroos are still gonna be out here thinking they can do whatever. Try to change their mind at your own risk. As on-site as these malicious macropods are, they're not even the most disrespectful
This
animal in
is way
Australia.
kick
And
it in
believe
the
me,
What the
we'll
fuck
get
is
to
it
that.
doing?
The Big Five refers to the top 5 most dangerous animals to hunt in Africa. These include the elephant, the rhinoceros, the lion, the leopard, and an animal so feared it's been nicknamed Black Death. The African Cape buffalo is a walking attempted homicide case armed with a pair of horns to make most attempts successful. They have one of the highest KD ratios against humans with guns. In some places, these tanks with road rage and 50% of the people they go after, and a lot of that is because they will actively seek revenge. There have been stories of one buffalo murking the same hunter that took out a member of its own herd. And whether you're a lion or a hunter, these trench cows get it back in blood. And the scariest version of a Cape buffalo is one that's already been injured. Hunters have followed a mortally wounded buffalo into thick brush, only for the freight train with legs to circle back and ambush them from behind.
Blood for
Which is
blood.
why the #1 rule when hunting Cape buffalo, assume you only have one shot because that's usually all you get. But it's not just humans getting bodied. Bloodlusting buffalo will seek out unsupervised lion cubs and log them out of life before they can grow up to be a threat. Not like the adults aren't at risk either. Capes will stalk and circle lone lions, using the threat of gang violence to give Mufasa a roommate. Which is how the same apex predator that can solo multiple hyenas can get sent up a tree like a house cat. They're like the Liam Neeson of animals. Wrong them and they make their life's mission to co-sign your obituary. That first hit was self-defense. Everything after that was a personal choice. And even though experienced lions can take them down, it's still very much a gamble.
not at all,
Especially since they
Jerry
can
Sean.
travel in herds of hundreds. That's also how they earned the nickname Widowmaker. Because right now there's at least one woman on Tinder because her husband decided to hunt a 1-ton vibe check while the buffalo decided that would be the day he'd finally live up to his nickname. It's a
Yeah.
murderous mammal, but like the zebra, it's often just self-defense gone way too far. Not like the antics of the next animal. If you're talking about the Black Air Force of the sky, you're probably talking about crows, or really just corvids in general. Crows are smart enough to manipulate their environment to their advantage, but they're also devious enough to manipulate other animals for their own sadistic pleasure. I don't know what that crow said to that cat, but it certainly involves someone's mother. Ravens will weaponize their relationship with wolves to call out hits on competing coyotes. Crows in Tokyo have especially become a problem where they've basically gone to war against the entire human population. But it's not just humans getting bullied. There might not be a worse time to be an owl than in broad daylight surrounded by a murder of crows. Not to mention crows will often raid the nests of other birds for a disturbingly literal kids meal. And that's when they're not just straight up snatching minors in front of their parents. I think EDP just found a spirit animal. They'll regularly mob and harass other birds until they drop the food they've already caught. And crows won't hesitate to beat on much larger birds of prey, which might explain why they do the exact same thing with humans to get them to surrender whatever calories they have on them. But the avian onslaught peaks out with the Australian magpie. Now turns out they're not
Oh
actually
God,
corvids.
magpies.
They actually sit closer to another bird with psychopath tendencies. Either way, Australian magpies manage to be the most feared thing in a country seasoned with crocs, cassowaries, and
Look
snakes.
how angry it
And while
is.
most wildlife is harmless as long as you respect their
face is
space,
angry.
the earth is their space, and they have no patience for trespassers. To the point where many Australians have taken to wearing helmets to protect themselves from the magpie's malicious intent. Especially during swooping season, where magpies will relentlessly attack anything that gets near their nest. Actual human lives have been lost to this goth Tweety's tantrums. And since corvids can remember faces, once you've been swooped, you can expect the same treatment next year. I think Tirzu said it best, corvids are what would happen if you gave monkeys wings. But at least in the magpie's case, they're only a legitimate threat to a human way of life for the roughly 6 weeks of swooping season. Next animal is one of the biggest dangers to humans all year round. It was really only a matter of time before the river rhino made an appearance. Widely considered the world's deadliest mammal, you may have noticed that hippos weren't included in the Big Five, and I have to assume that's because nobody that has a desire to see the next day would actually hunt them. Arguably, no animal has a harder working PR team than the hippopotamus. First of all, it's not the goofy lardonky it lets you think it is. A thin subcutaneous fat layer means hippos are actually walking units. And despite their awkward appearance, hippos can outpace any human over short distances, and that includes on land and in water, where they somehow become even more territorial. Hippos have been known to lower the census totals of other animals for seemingly no reason. Just when an antelope thinks it's been bailed out, the slaughter horse does origami with its spine. And even though they're supposed to be herbivores, every once in a while they'll give in to the temptation of tasting the flesh of their victims. Cannibalism is not off the table. Science doesn't really know why exactly they do this, but science doesn't account for an animal just being a dick. Few predators will press this obese water pig, and those that do so at their own risk. Hippos are so carnage happy that the biggest threat to a baby hippo is a bigger, meaner bull hippo. It's how a hippo baby shower can legitimately end in a rain of flesh confetti. Now, to be fair, plenty of animals resort to infanticide. Hippos are just really mean about it. Like I said, nobody's PR team works harder, except maybe dolphins. Which makes sense since despite resembling ungulates like warthogs and rhinos, the hippo's closest living relatives are actually cetaceans like dolphins and whales. But instead of making it out in the ocean, hippos decided to make a living griefing everything in its area code. And I didn't even mention the way they claim that area code.
Oh god.
You know, if you
Nasty.
unsubscribe right now, I wouldn't blame you. The only thing that can make this whale Karen more of a menace than it already is if it were a straight up predator, or if it hunted in packs. Then again, that would literally make it an animal further down this list. My personal bias was not going to keep the elephant off this list. As much as I love them, elephants can be a devastating combination of smart enough to do anything and big enough to get away with it. Asian elephants especially get themselves into trouble by raiding villages and emptying out their rice supply, which is why Asian elephants are responsible for the bulk of human hashtags, especially since they can be just as vengeful as the Cape buffalo.
Oh, no.
Earlier this year, a man in Thailand
That's
had an
fucking
elephant
crazy.
working hauling wood in the brutal heat, which is illegal. And apparently the elephant knew his rights because he proceeded to rip his boss in half. And of course, we gotta address the I'm better than that. One elephant traveled over 100 miles to murk a 70-year-old woman collecting water, only to pull up to her funeral to attack the sole evicted body, this time in front of her family. The biggest mystery of mankind is what motivated a 4-ton pachyderm to pack up an elderly woman twice. If he had a reason, it's not like he's gonna tell us. Elephants rank over hippos because where hippos commit war crimes in the heat of passion, when an elephant catches a body, you can almost be certain it was premeditated. And it's in populations that have been fragmented by poaching where young male elephants really fly off the handle. And bull elephants are already pretty high strung as it is, but they managed to get worse in communities decimated by poaching. To the point where 3 elephants in South Africa were responsible for deleting 63 rhinos as well as charging at people. Now to be fair, poaching typically targets older bulls, and research shows that without old heads around, younger male elephants go into must a lot sooner than they should. Which I get. What I don't get is why that has to involve turning a rhino from a tight end to a wideout. What you have to remember is that elephants are intelligent enough to experience every human emotion like compassion, empathy, and grief. But for every headline like this, you might get a headline like this. And if elephants wore shoes, they'd rock the biggest black Air Forces the world's ever seen. But that's only because the next animal on this list doesn't have legs.
Oh shit.
One of the biggest injustices of cinema was that where dolphins got cast as a lovable flipper,
Yep.
sharks got typecast as Jaws. Dolphins are the most disrespectful beings in the ocean. Makes sense because they're basically intelligent hydrodynamic hippos. They regularly bully sharks, use fish heads and live eels as marital aids, commit unprovoked acts of porpoiside, all while letting humanity think they're the good guys. They have mating practices so brutal that I probably can't even talk about them. Just know that what dolphins like to do to each other, guidelines might try to do to me. But we can't talk about dolphins without talking about the biggest dolphin of all. The orca is the most dominant apex predator on the planet that isn't human. And as if sheer size and intelligence wasn't enough, they typically hunt in pods with the coordination of a wolf pack, which is how this oppressive sea oriole regularly griefs the tankiest animals on the planet. They're such a force that great whites have been known to abandon hunting grounds for up to a year once this steroid quality guppy makes an appearance. Probably because they've been known to use the shark's biology against them to rob them of their heart and liver just to leave the rest of the shark to sink to the abyss. And then there's the fact that orcas often practice their craft on other animals, which is why if you ever feel bad about penguins getting bullied by seals, I suggest you see what happens when a Navy SEAL joins the Air Force. And while you could chalk this up to hunting strategy, there's also the chance that living life on Roku difficulty means orcas get bored and just start trying stuff. And while it's true a wild orca is never taking out a human, that hasn't stopped them from actively messing with human vessels with disturbing regularity. It's like they know who's ruining the ocean and adjust their behavior accordingly. Either way, orcas are the humans of the sea, and anything that steps to them gets reminded expeditiously. Even moose of all things. Moral of the story, Free Willy should have been put on parole. The only thing more black Air Force than an animal that griefs everything around it would be an animal that commits atrocities against its own kind. And that's why orcas are only number 3.
Oh my god, it gets even worse.
Ask any zookeeper what animal they fear the most. If they don't say chimps, they've never worked with one. A common misconception is that chimps are 5 times stronger than the average man. And while the number is actually closer to 1.5, chimps have more fast twitch muscles, a stronger bite force, and a stronger grip force. Their ability to use tools is fascinating to watch, until you realize that means they're able to create and use weapons. People often forget that chimpanzees are pack hunting predators able to execute attacks with the precision of early man, and that doesn't just apply to their prey. Chimps in Luongo National Park have been documenting attacking families of gorillas and murking any helpless offspring they can get their hands on. Literally no animal safe from the violent tendencies of a furious George, but it's the damage they inflict against their own kind that puts them over the top. Chimp casualties often share the same injuries: a disfigured face, missing fingers if not entire hands, and a non-consensual neutering. Chimps seem to have an understanding of what's important to an animal, and they go out of their way to remove it. It's why I can show you this picture and you'll understand. And it's why instead of organ donor, I have, if ever maimed by a chimp, just let me die on my driver's license. And it's also why you probably have a better chance of surviving being locked in a room with a lion than in a room with a furry chainsaw with thumbs. The fact that a chimp can get put 6 feet under by members of its own troop guarantees them a spot on this list. The only way an animal could beat that is if something was enough of a menace to be a legitimate threat to itself. And that's exactly what number 1 is. But before we reveal number 1, here's some honorable mentions. The Canadian goose, for having the most irrational confidence of any animal. They actually almost went extinct, and now they revolve their entire existence around punishing humanity for it. Swans. Because what geese think they are, swans always have been.
Oh, no.
Wolverines.
Oh my God.
Because they're more than capable of hunting for themselves, but they'd rather tax animals 3 times their size for a living. Meerkats. For being quite literally the most homicidal mammals on the planet. And now at number 1, to absolutely no one's surprise,
I want to know
the
who
honey
it is.
badger. The
Oh
most
my god,
unapologetically
yeah, I love
disrespectful
badgers.
creature on Earth.
I
have an
almost
entire
made-
video
I
dedicated
almost
to the
made
exploits
my-
of this steroid
my
stuff.
model
Here's
of
some
badger.
highlights. They'll regularly pinch food from leopards and then throw a
I
tantrum
love
if they get
badgers.
caught. They'll take on packs of animals that realistically should be able to one-shot them. But the Oreo weasel has plot armor in the form of crackhead courage. They'll raid the hives of African bees, the same bees that are 10 times meaner and sting 10 times more than their
Crackhead
European
courage.
cousins. And honey badgers aren't immune to bee stings. They're resistant, but enough stings will flatline a honey badger. But ask the honey badger if he cares. He won't answer, but you know the answer. These prison ferrets also run fades with highly venomous cobras. If they manage to get bitten, they'll just slip into a cobra-induced coma and then wake up hours later and walk it off like a Sunday morning hangover. Even the honey badger's idea of self-defense is as offensive as you can get. As in, they'll reverse their anal pouches inside out and release a smell so pungent it can allegedly paralyze attacking bees. And honestly, any animal that religiously attacks the baby makers of others is a different tier of menace. No other badger represented this better than Stoffel, who once escaped from his enclosure and picked a fight with a neighboring family of lions who nearly mauled him to death. After about 2 months in the hospital, the first thing the affiliated ferret did fresh out was go right back at the same lions to settle the score. And that was only one of the hundreds of times Stoffel managed to raise the blood pressure of the people around him. But here's the real kicker. Stoffel was actually hand-raised by humans at a young age and therefore imprinted on them. He had no intention of ever leaving. The whole thing was just a game to him. Because if blatant disrespect were a sport, they still wouldn't play it because anything involving rules goes against a honey badger's belief system. But that's gonna do it for this video. For more consistent content, be sure to follow my Instagram and TikTok. I try to
God,
post
that
more.
was good.
And to further support
We're
this
gonna
channel,
watch one
Patreon's
more.
also gonna be in the description.
One
but also,
more.
like, don't feel like you have to give anything. If you watch the video this far, you've already done more than enough. But other than that, drink water, hug your mother, don't hug a honey badger. It'll never end well. And I'll see you.
10 horrible
Hope y'all didn't
ways.
think you were safe just because Halloween's over. This video was actually supposed to be posted on Halloween, but I don't even have an excuse. It just be like that. Not much
Yep,
of an
it
intro this
does.
time. So here's 10 horrible ways animals can put your autobiography in the history section. Not necessarily in order, but it does get brutal. So I'm gonna do something I've never done before. Viewer discretion is very much advised. That's the only warning you're gonna get. When that music starts, it's up. Also, I kinda owe y'all more Halloween content, so if this gets a certain number of likes, I'll do a part 2. All that aside, let's get to the content. When you think of some of the apex predators on the planet, you might think of
I'll
heavyweights
pick a
like
sh- I'll pick a
lions,
shorter one.
bears, crocodiles, and of course you got the biggest bully in the ocean. Not the seal, but the killer whale dragging it. But what you probably don't think of is a prehistoric...
Yeah, this'll work.
Yup, because obviously one part just wasn't enough. I'm gonna make this real quick because I want to get right to the trauma. Earlier we talked about 10 of the worst ways animals can put a 404 on your birth certificate. That video is gonna be in the description in case you want to get caught up. But there were some pretty notable animals missing from the video, and half of that was on purpose so I'd have enough ammo for a part 2. The other half was honestly just me forgetting. So here's 5 more terrifying ways nature can put you under a headstone, and once again viewer discretion is very much advised. And it's especially advised for one of the animals on here. You'll know it when you see it. All that out the way, let's get to the content.
Oh my god.
It's no secret that having an Australian area code really means agreeing to live life on veteran difficulty. And it's not just that everything with a heartbeat down there has the power to cancel yours. It's the way they can do it. Get too close to a cassowary and you run the risk of getting violently disemboweled. Play with a platypus and you might just find out that Perry's armed with an incapacitating venom more powerful than morphine. The blue ring octopus was actually one of the animals in a previous video because not only is it one of the most venomous things in the ocean, it's also small enough for you not to feel its toxic bite. Which is why out of all the nonsense in the land down under, this tiny octopus is what you should be the second most afraid of. The reason it's second is because this thing still exists. The Australian box jellyfish is the most venomous thing in the ocean, which obviously makes it one of the most venomous things in nature. They're armed with a crippling toxin potent enough to turn you into a statistic in as little as 2 minutes. And that's because its venom is a neurotoxin that attacks ion channels in muscles, causing them to contract but not release. When those muscles happen to be in the heart, that's what can cause victims to go into cardiac arrest. There have been cautionary tales of people being stung by box jellies while swimming and not even having enough time to make it to shore. The reason the box jellyfish is so disrespectful with its venom is because it's specifically designed to incapacitate its struggling prey before they have a chance to snap its tentacles. I call them the biggest middle finger to Australia because they're the polar opposite of blue rings. The blue ring's deadly bite may be painless, but those rings it's named after are designed to warn you before you even have a chance to get that close. Which means the only way this octopus can be a threat is if you're crazy enough or dumb enough to hold one. Box jellyfish give zero warning. They're virtually impossible to notice until you feel the immobilizing agony that comes with the sting. If you accidentally brush up against those tentacles, thousands of sting cells blast microscopic harpoons into your skin, which is how the venom gets to you. Victims have said getting stung feels a lot like getting branded with a hot iron, which makes sense, because that's exactly what the scars look like. Even if you survive, it can still give you the world's most painful tattoo, and if you're really unlucky, a nasty case of necrosis. And if that wasn't horrific enough, one species managed to take it a step further. The Irukandji jellyfish is roughly the size of a penny, yet it's somehow the most intimidating animal Australia has to offer. Its venom has been said to be 100 times worse than a cobra's and 1,000 times more toxic than a tarantula's. And because its venom is also a neurotoxin, symptoms can include crippling pain, vomiting, severe muscle cramps, escalating all the way to brain hemorrhaging, heart failure, and eventually a flatline.
Why
This tiny
anything that
jellyfish can
dangerous
essentially
and
destroy
scary
you from
need
the
to be
inside. Its
start
skin
from
also
the
put you in a
Australia?
comatose state almost indistinguishable from
I
death.
can't
It basically
believe
turns you into
they
the
can
living
do
dead.
that.
I'm not saying this homicidal sperm cell can cause a zombie apocalypse, but I am saying you do want to be ready.
Now we
Which
know
is why
how they
State
can
of
do
Survival
that.
lets you see how you do in a full-scale I Am Legend type zombie apocalypse. It's free to play and available on both Apple
my
and Google
God.
App Stores. And for a limited time option that lets you venture out, some victims will reportedly be so sure they were going to die that, which to me isn't a bad.
Okay,
Some
never
victims will reportedly be so sure they were going to die that they would beg the doctors to put them out of their misery permanently. And that's because the venom can cause a release of catecholamine, one of the things responsible for your flight or fight response, which makes this jellyfish one of the few animals that can bend you over psychologically as well as physically. Basically, it puts the fear of God in you to the point where you want to go meet him. That being said, with immediate medical attention, your chances of getting put on the news by a box jelly are surprisingly low. Doesn't change the fact that an estimated 50 to 100 people lose the lottery to this hellspawn each year. And because of the nature of the symptoms, that number could very well be higher and the deaths either go unreported or get falsely attributed to something else. The worst part is you will almost never see it coming, unlike the next animal.
I like that tiger's face. Is scary.
A few comments from the previous video question why I left big cats off the list, and honestly the answer is pretty simple. Cats are nature's perfect little killing machines, but because they're not pack hunters like hyenas or wild dogs, they have to put their prey out of commission before they eat it. This minimizes the risk of injury and allows them to carry their prize to a much more secluded spot, which means most big cats will mercy murk their prey with a quick but critical bite to the windpipe. But of course, there has to be an exception to every rule. Roll the clip. Jaguars are the only big cats that put their prey out of commission with a crushing bite directly through the skull. Jaguars are basically the bull sharks of cats. They're not the biggest or the most notorious, but pound for pound they're the strongest with the most devastating bite. A jaguar's max bite force has been estimated to be in a range from 13 to 1500 pounds per square inch. That mouthpiece is not only strong enough to evict a turtle from its shell, but it produces enough force to puncture the skull and even pierce the brain. This method is enough to one-shot virtually anything in its area code, from capybara to caiman, and they've even been known to rip the cranial cap off of animals as tanky as the tapir, which can weigh over 800 pounds. Jaguars are ambush hunters that catch bodies by disabling their prey before they even have a chance to react, which is why a full-grown caiman with a brain the size of a walnut has virtually no shot against a motivated vice grip with whiskers. And since jaguars primarily puncture the temporal bones of the skull, they essentially punch holes in your head by biting between the ears. And because jaguars are as comfortable catching life sentences in water as they are on land, they're South America's all-terrain assault weapons. If a jaguar wants your name off the census, you're not even a person, you're a walking corpse at that point. But
That's
spoiler
very
alert, jaguars
scary.
don't even have the worst bite on this list. This snake is naturally shy, non-aggressive, and would much rather slither away from confrontation. It's when it feels cornered that the bum sling shows you why it's one of the most venomous snakes to ever live. This sub-Saharan serpent is armed with hemotoxin-riddled venom, which contains anticoagulants that limits the body's ability to form blood clots, which is how this introvert of a snake can cause fatal hemorrhaging in tissues in muscles and the brain, causing you to bleed into an obituary. If left untreated, the bite from a bum sling can cause you to bleed from virtually every orifice, including the eyes, nose, gums, and even the anus. Internal and external bleeding aside, there's two main reasons why this snake is a cell block D level menace. Number one is the lethal dose of the venom itself. It's been said that the amount of bum sling venom needed to introduce you to your ancestors is one of the lowest of any snake. Number two is because of the very nature of snakes. Venom is physiologically expensive to make, so snakes will often deliver dry bites when they don't want to inject venom. It's how they get their point across without wasting precious venom on a non-life-threatening situation. You're probably wondering how not releasing venom is a bad thing, and here's where nature shows you how much of a female dog she really is. Bumslang venom is slow-acting, and it can take the victim several hours to feel the effects. This can cause victims to falsely assume the bite was dry and to not seek medical attention as urgently as they should. By the time you're bleeding out of your ass and eyes, you're already on the waitlist to the cookout in the clouds. And without anti-venom, a complete blood transfusion could be the only thing keeping you from a box in the ground. In 1957, herpetologist Carl Schmidt was bitten by a young juvenile bumslang, but he didn't immediately seek medical attention because he assumed the baby snake couldn't produce the lethal dose. You could probably guess how that movie ended. Instead of getting to a hospital, Dr. Schmidt recorded all of his symptoms after being envenomated. All of them, except for the last one. That day, Dr. Schmidt became past tense, likely at the hands of internal excessive bleeding, all because of one mistake. Had he been rushed to a hospital and received anti-venom, he might have lived long enough to learn his lesson. Lucky for us, the bumslang is timid and afraid of people, and for all its toxicity, it has a surprisingly low body count, believed to be only responsible for less than 10 deaths. Unlike the next animal, which has a body count not in the hundreds, not thousands, but likely in the millions.
What? What the fuck?
If I made a poll asking what the most dangerous animals in Africa are, some answers might include hyenas, the always homicidal hippopotamus, of course you can't forget the lion, and heavyweights like the African elephant, rhinoceros, and cave buffalo might also make an appearance. And if you're an intellectual, you might say the mosquito since they co-author more death certificates than any other animal. But we know how much of a menace mosquitoes are. Most people don't think the same of this fly, and that's exactly why they're here. The tsetse fly is one of the most murderous things alive, believed to have a human hit rate of, at the minimum, 10,000 bodies a year. It's a parasite that feeds on the blood of others, and like the mosquito, that makes it the perfect vector for a handful of nasty diseases. The nightmare starts when an infected tsetse fly passes on the parasite Trypanosoma to an unknowing human. Once that parasite turns your body into an Airbnb, it shuts you down from the inside. Being the landlord to this parasite can mean heart problems, kidney failure, anemia, and if you're pregnant, you might just get a visit from that young lady, Miss Carrie. But the most disturbing part is that it's now the second animal on this list that can do damage to your mental. This disease deteriorates your body to the point where just opening your eyes or feeding yourself can leave you exhausted. It doesn't help that one of the neurological symptoms is that it completely wrecks your sleeping schedule, causing insomnia at night and borderline narcolepsy during the day. That fun little fact is exactly how this disease got its name, African sleeping sickness. And that's not the only symptom either. Victims can experience drastic shifts in personality, usually resulting in uncontrollable episodes of aggression. This fly factory resets your personality, and the infected can become such a danger to themselves and others that there have been instances of victims being tied to poles where they can't hurt anybody. It's a debilitating disease, and one that slowly breaks you down until you eventually slip into a coma and never wake up. The only good thing is that statistically, the chances of becoming a hashtag after being bit are incredibly low, since the tsetse fly has to already be infected. But my mother would have raised a lie if I said that about the bite of the last animal on this list. There might not be a worse death sentence in nature than the one hiding in this picture. And that's because crocodiles have spent the last 200 million years perfecting the art of canceling life subscriptions. With the highest recorded bite force of 3,700 pounds per square inch, getting assaulted by a croc is like getting hit with a sledgehammer with teeth with enough power to tear flesh and crack bone. Not even the murderous hippo can match that force. The crocodile's hunting strategy involves sneaking up to its victim underwater while completely undetected, which they can do because nature put their eyes on the top of its head, giving them a disrespectful stealth factor. Those are all eyes, and they're all looking at you. Once they're close enough, they slam about 60 razor-sharp cones for teeth into their prey and then drag them into the water where they have a home court advantage. Especially since a crocodile can hold its breath for over an hour. And as if death by reverse baptism wasn't enough, crocodiles have possibly the most unforgiving finishing move of any animal. The crocodile's death roll is designed to rip their struggling prey apart into easier to swallow chunks of flesh. I'm not gonna let you see what just happened to that zebra, just know its neck is now non-existent. And with jaws like a snare trap, surviving a fate with a prehistoric homicide gecko usually involves negotiating an arm or a leg. The crocodile's hunting method is so successful that they've been around for hundreds of millions of years and barely had to change their playbook. But the most haunting thing about them is that they believe in the worst type of equality. Jaguars don't see humans as prey, and they're just as likely to run away from an encounter. For all its venom, the bumslang's first choice is always pacifism. For a crocodile, anything that makes enough of a disturbance in its waters can get put on a list. And out of all crocodilians, it's the Nile and saltwater crocodiles that have been known to attack humans with enough regularity to be classified as man-eaters. And because splashing only excites them, a good number of victims are small children that unintentionally play in its dining room. Crocodiles pack up about 1,000 people a year, and as we continue to encroach on their space, that number is only gonna get higher. And that's gonna do it for this video. Honestly, if this video doesn't get demonetized, I'd be more shocked than Pete.
Alrighty, I'm gonna end it here, Hapers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in a few. But yeah, I'm gonna get off the stream and go eat some food.
All right.
Alrighty, I'll see you in a minute. Bye bye. Bye everybody.